Go ahead now. Go ahead, Mama. Thank you once again. Thank you for joining. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. So I'm available for any questions that would be asked, but sorry, earlier on I couldn't just go into details. I just wanted to, the way it was in my mind, like I just wanted to say it out and, before I went in. And it's just unfortunate that a lot of Nigerians actually go through these things and we cannot help each other because everyone cannot talk out, everyone cannot say what they're going through because people will criticize them. And if we cannot confide in people of our color, people that we feel more comfortable or that we feel would understand better, then who do we turn to? So that's like the major issue that we do have, like people here in diaspora that have this kind of issues. So I don't know. The case is quite so for a lot of people, they would want you to go into details of everything. But one thing I want us to know is when you're involved with social workers, like it takes just one thing. Once you just have an issue and you get involved, every other part of your life, every other part of your life that is whatever it is that is in your life, they want to be aware of it. And then every little details about you, every little thing about you keeps complicating the issue. That is where the problem is. That's why so many times a lot of people just say, oh, this is what happened. Why is it complicated or why is it not straightforward? It cannot be straightforward because every other part of your life is being put into cognizance. So you've had an issue with a social worker, and then you say you had someone you had an argument with somebody just over the phone or just like somewhere, and then they see you or they hear you, they put it down and say you're aggressive, or you're even the way I was talking earlier on, the way I was saying my mind, pouring out my mind. If I was talking to a social worker, they would tag me as aggressive. They would say, oh, you're being aggressive, this person's an aggressive person. But that is not me being aggressive. That is me expressing myself. What they do to you is they offer you, they make it look like they're helping you. But really, they're offering you bread and then they're throwing it at you. The bread falls on the floor. They expect you to pick it up from the floor and eat it. So to them, they are doing you a favor. But really, in the real sense, you're not doing me any favor because you're throwing it at me. That is what the major issue is with these people. My case with them is a year old today. This time last year, my son had an injury, and I was just 3 months old in the country, and I had taken him to the hospital afterwards. Immediately the issue happened. It wasn't like a major issue. I didn't notice anything. I know like a lot of people would criticize and say, "Oh, why would your child fall? Or why would your child have an injury? You didn't notice." It is easy to say. Nobody has a guidebook on parenting. Nobody has. That is a problem I have with we Nigerians. Everybody has something to say when it's not happening to them. Nobody has a guidebook to parenting. I have a 12-year-old girl that I raised by myself, that I raised as a single mother back in Nigeria, and nobody ever touched my child. I would always stand up for my child everywhere. I'm not the type that would, beat a child or shout at that. I had other ways of, disciplining my child. And then I had another child that I was 3 months old in the country. My son was 3 months old at the time, and he had incurred an injury. So the injury is very funny because I did not even notice when he fell, like when he hit his head or anything. Like it wasn't like he hit his head at any point in time. I just noticed the day before we had slipped on ice. It was icy. It was January. It was icy. We had slipped on ice. I hit the door. It was in the carrier. I hit the door. I just protected him, and I just felt everything was okay. He cried out normally. I felt everything was okay, and that was it. And I just gave him food. Nothing out of the ordinary. And then he's a very clingy child. Like he was a very, very clingy child. He would always want you to carry him every time. So on the next day, I was home, we were home all through. And as usual, crying, wanted to be clingy. I just, put him at the back, backed him all through. And then in the evening, he was a refluxy baby. So we usually would put him um not flat down. I don't know if there's any noise, if anybody understands, because it refluxes. He used to choke on food, so I'll put him like in a sitting position, like prop him with pillows and everything. And then he had dozed off. Because he had dozed off, as a mother, your next instinct, so let me just go quick shower, come back and dress him up. It was night and all of that. Dad was in the living room. The living room is far away. Let me just quickly go to the restroom and come back and all of that. At the time I came out, I heard this cry. Because he used to cry all the time, I wasn't even like very, very bad because he used to cry if there's nobody around. I went into the room and saw that he had changed position. He was in a lying position. And then I picked him up and sorry, just massaged the head just in case. Like it wasn't like I even saw that he hit his head on anything. But I saw that he had changed his position. And then I just massaged his head and then I'm petting him. I gave him his food. He didn't take it. I said, okay, I did my own stuff and went to said, let me dress him up for the night and all of that. I went to beat him. It was during while I baited him that I noticed a bump. I was beating him, giving him a thorough bath. So that was when I noticed a bump on his head. Now, given that Saturday, I didn't even dress him up at all. I didn't even notice anything out of the ordinary. I noticed the bump. I went back inside. He used Ori, the shea butter we used, massaged his head and all of that. And we went to bed. Waking up in the morning, so like the incident was even, it wasn't like it wasn't even like anything serious at all. Even the bump on the head was like a tiny small bump on the head, like towards the middle of his head. And then I just massaged it normally, the way we would rub something when a child falls back home, like the normal way we would massage. And then we went to bed. And in the morning, I usually would wake up late. Like his cry would wake me up. So anytime I get to sleep, I sleep more. So he cried up. I woke up as usual, picked him up, and then the shape of his head looked very different. Like it wasn't the bump on the head, it was his face. His face looked very, very different. His face looked, the shape was very funny, it was crazy. It looked like something I couldn't explain. Immediately I called my husband. My husband had gone, he doesn't work where I am. He works in another city. And then he had gone out, he had gone to work, you know. And then I called him saying, like, babes, look at what I've just seen, like this. And I'm like, okay, just call the GP, the out of hours GP. It was a weekend, call the out of hours GP. You call the GP, the usual thing, they tell you they'll call you back after 1 hour, after they'll call you back or they'll blah blah blah. After an hour, the GP called, back and forth. We kept going back and forth. And eventually said, go to A&E or something. I didn't even know what A&E was as at the time. And then I took the child there. It didn't happen to us until like evening around 5. All this while I was on the phone with my husband. And then I was just crying. I was just crying, like I was just a new mom, a mom that does not know what is happening to the child and everything. And then he said, what happened? Like, what happened to him? Like, there is no major, like, I don't know how this face came about. Like, we slept yesterday, like, there was nothing on his face yesterday. I don't know what has happened to his face because it wasn't even on the head. It was his face that was deformed. Now, they took him for MRI and all of that, and they came back and said he had a fracture in his skull. That wasn't like, did he eat his head? I was like, oh, last night I had put him in a sitting position, in a propped up position, and he had rolled over at the time I came back. And I met him in his, like, on the right side, which was the side where, on the right side of his face. So, like, at this point, like, did you notice, like, I didn't know if he hit his head on anything. What were the things that the changing tray, the wooden changing tray, and this and this. And then they said, oh, okay, no problem. So I said to them, well, maybe that was what he hit his head on or something. They said, okay, no problem. They would involve the police. I didn't even know what police was. I didn't even know what was my business with social workers. Like, they involve social workers, they involve blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, no problem. And then they said they would need to look at keep looking at him to be sure it did not affect his brain and everything. I said, I just kept crying. They just told you your daughter, your son, or your child had just cured a fracture, blah, blah, blah. And then the next thing the social worker called, and they're saying, I had just explained this that I explained, like the court issue. And then they're saying, oh, I'm sorry, I don't believe you cannot prop a 3-month-old. How can you put a 3-month-old in a sitting position? How can you, like, it's not sitting, it's like support with pillows. Like, it's not sitting, like I didn't say he was sitting on his own. And then it just became something else. that night, the social worker didn't say anything else. They just said they were going to look at him. Then on the Monday, I updated my husband. Monday morning came, police came. I was arrested. Took my phone. I couldn't even reach my husband anymore. I just told him. I told him what was happening at the time, and he was like, that I should just explain to them like he's not supposed to be a big deal. And then I just, the social, sorry, the police came, arrested, blah, blah, blah. Everybody is, everywhere. I didn't even know what was going on. For the problem we have with this system is if you can take Black children, it is just right that you provide Black foster families, provide Black legal people, or provide people that can. I don't know, for whatever reason, nobody's explaining anything to me. I don't know what is happening. I'm just new in the country. I don't even know what social workers is. You're coming, you're arresting me. Why am I being arrested for bringing my child to the hospital? They arrest you, they arrested, they said they went to the house, blah, 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 checking everywhere. I'm like, what's all this fuss about? Like, I don't even understand what is happening. Then they already said, oh, they'll give you a lawyer, blah, blah, blah. Brought lawyer, explained to lawyer and everything. So that it was just like the whole thing just happened really, really very fast. And then my husband was at work, and the next thing they're saying, oh, why is my husband not here? Why is my husband not here? You're not even telling us anything. You're just rushing us. He's at work. Like, he's not going to just walk out of, so they just told you your son had a fracture, you're not here. He's working in another city. He would not just walk out of the office, like walk out of his place of work and start coming down. And up until the time of the arrest, I was updating him on everything. And then the whole thing just went south. My husband came in the evening. That like the evening, he works is in care. He works in care, so he finished like late at night, around 11. Came in midnight Tuesday morning. Like they came, arrested him, cuffed him from the house, cuffed him. Police came everywhere. They cuffed him. Everyone was looking like, I was just crying like, what is happening? What is happening? Now, if you're saying this story to somebody, they'll say, oh, there's something else there. Oh, something must have happened. I am telling you, this is what transpired within 2 days. Nobody is explaining anything. The only reason they had cuffed him and taken him to the station all day is because they thought he absconded yesterday because he was not around when they just would think, they just assume, and then they work based on their assumption. They wouldn't even ask you anything. They're not even ready to look at what is your own point of view or what is happening. It is whatever they think is happening. They just take it up, and that's it. Now, that's just the basis of what happened. And then from there, every other thing just kept adding up. At that time, I was pregnant. I didn't know I was pregnant. Later on, I discovered I was pregnant. They used it against me, said I wasn't I wasn't I'm not I did not take I'm not careful enough to know. I can't remember the way the word they used, but it was as if I neglected. Sorry?
Sorry. Somebody, let me mute the person.
Okay. So it was just, they said, oh, I did not take her. We're not conscious of, I mean, we don't know the magnitude of the offense, I mean, or the situation on ground, and we decided to go and get pregnant. I still said, do the math yourself. Like, if I wasn't pregnant, this issue is happening end of January. Like, I probably had been pregnant before this issue even happened. So you can do the math yourself. But no, they are not interested. They just want to. Every family member you brought forward, they would look for something to just, they're asking about your bank details. They're asking about everybody that comes to your house. They want to do DBS check on everyone that comes to your house. They want to, if it was me and I'm coming forward to, help somebody out and say, I want to take in their child. And a social worker is asking me, how many people come to my house? You want to do DBS check? Even if like they don't have anything to hide, but it is weird, it is creepy. Why are you looking into you want to go to my children's school? I don't have any like a lot of people that came out for us, they don't have issues with their children in school, but you're going to ask the teachers in school, has the child come to school moody before? Has the child ever are you trying to put them also in trouble? Like everybody, we know where we come from. Everybody's just trying to stay into, how would I put it? To be on their lane. They don't want to, nobody wants to get into trouble in another man's country. And then you're asking details, your bank account, where do you stay? If you have the child, what would you do? What would you do? How would you put? My sister came forward, and then my sister has two children. My sister is in the UK as well. She has two kids. She's a single mom. They're saying to her, if you have two kids, where how would you be able to raise the third one? These children are 9 and 3 years old. Now you're asking how they're going to be able to take care of a baby. How is she going to take care of a baby? This foster home you're taking these children to, how many are you looking at? The first home they put my son has five children, two babies, two 1 year old, two little two toddlers, a 1 year old and 1 year 6 months, I think. You're not asking how these people are taking care of their kids. You need to see the difference between how my baby. I had complained constantly from the beginning, from the day they took my, like from when they took my baby, they immediately started having rash. They won't bathe the child. It comes to contact smelling. Is they wouldn't give you opportunity to bathe your child. You cannot, a lot of things that are wrong. And I said to them, are you not seeing that something is wrong? You're not okay. So you're talking about the child incurred injury. You're trying to look for how the child had incurred the injury. Okay, no problem. I gave you room to investigate. The police came to the house, checked everything, checked the cost, checked everything. Meanwhile, when this case initially, when the whole thing was up, when the solicitor had come to the house and asked what happened, like what's the whole story. So the solicitor said, "Oh, yeah, I mean, we're here to help you. We're here to guide you. We'll put you through whatever you need to know." And I said to them, "I don't know anything. Like, what is all this? What is happening? Like, I'm just 3 months old in this country. I have a 3 months old. I'm a student. I'm trying to find my way around. And then all of this is happening. Nobody's putting you through anything." And then she had said, "Oh, no worries. We'll do this. Run me through what happened. Like, how did your week go?" And then I had mentioned to them the sleep the day before, the sleep on the ice. So we slept at the front door. So I'm unsure. If I was sure he hit his head, like banged his head, I would have maybe called maybe called the GP at that time or something. But I didn't know, like I wasn't sure if he hit his head, like it was in a carrier and we had just slept. I knew I hit my shoulder and everything. I said it to her and she was like, no, you know what, just stick to so we're just sticking to 24 hours, what happened 24 hours before. And since you weren't sure, so like it's just the cut, it's just the cut. You're sure of the cut? Yeah, I said yes. And then like the sleep on the ice, I wasn't very sure that we like the how much he banged his head, if he banged it. But I knew we fell, we slept, we hit the door frame. He cried normally. I fed him and he went, he was normal afterwards. He was always clingy and crying. So I didn't notice if there was anything. And I didn't beat him, so I didn't notice any bump on his head at the time, like the day, like that night, or like the day, like during the day. I just backed him all through. I did house chores. I backed him all through until evening when I wanted to. And she just said, well, just let's just the first, because I told two lawyers, two solicitors, that was the family solicitor, and she just said, let's just move on. Like she would let me know, she would talk to someone. I can't remember exactly what she said, but we didn't trace the ice, the slip on the ice. Also, when we got discharged, that when the child got discharged from the hospital, they said they would take the child. We went to court. I said to them, no, you can't take the child. They went to court, got EPO and all of that, the emergency order. They took the child. Before I got to the hospital, they took the child already, a 3 months old baby that was breastfeeding. They took the child. They didn't tell me I was going to see the child. 3 days after, I was contacted to come and see the child. Blah blah blah. Then I saw a criminal. I got a criminal lawyer as well. So the criminal lawyer also asked me what happened, and I had explained what happened during my week. This child had got immunized on Tuesday. So if anything was happening, like crying and fussy, I naturally assumed it was from the immunization. Like it was because normally when a child gets a vaccine immunization, they tend to react different ways. So, and I said to him, the sleep on the ice as well. And he specifically said, just stick to the 24-hour story. If you go to the police, whatever question they ask you is what you should answer. The lawyers are there to guide you. Isn't that what they said they are for? They are there to help you out. They are there to guide you through whatever it is. And I said, okay, no problem. And then I went to I went for the police interview, did whatever I want, all what I wanted to do. So at the police station, they only asked what happened with the court, explain the how did you put the child, blah, 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 blah. I did explain everything. Where were you? Where was your husband? How did you notice? Who did you call? And I did everything. And then, so that was that story. That was that. That was how the ICE story just never went anywhere. And it was in record, it was on record. The two lawyers had known from the beginning. I had mentioned it to them. Now, this is where even this legal people come in, because they give you poor advice, they do whatever they do, but then nobody cares because they are legal, they are solicitors, and they are being paid by the government anyways, and they are being hired by the social workers. Social workers are the ones giving you the lawyers. They are working together at the end of the day. The system is as broken as back home. The only difference is it is more organized here than it is back home. That is all I can say with what I have seen in this past 1 year. Because now I'm complaining to my lawyer and saying, my child, oh, this child that I gave to you, you should see his skin very, very, very beautiful skin, very, clean boy. And then within 1 month, this boy started having rashes all over, skin, warm, and all of this. And then he started losing hair. He wasn't feeding well. They said, oh, he's allergic to this, he's allergic to whatever. They just kept bringing up different stories and all of that. And I'm saying to my life, like, I'm complaining. I'm saying, can't you see that something is wrong? Physically, you're talking about this. Are you not concerned about the physical well-being of this child, of these children as well? You want to take the children, yes. Are you not looking at the physical well-being of the kids? Are you not looking at how it's not just about them, we know, yes, some parents can be at risk. Some parents would hurt their children, some parents would do, but it is not all parents. Don't assume everybody from Africa. We are not animals. We're not from the bush. If you go back to Nigeria now, I can say, like, a lot of people that are in our age, like age group, learned people, like a lot of them, majority of them are coming out to see that smacking don't work. You can't smack your child. You can't beat your children. You don't beat them for them to know whatever it is. You can't, beating will not go anywhere. People are devising other ways to take care of their children, to discipline their children. But because of the mindset that, oh, Africans, oh, Nigerians, this is because this is what everybody says online. This is what they hear. This is what even those Nigerian social workers would say. So anything they're saying, oh, they can't take, removal is the last thing. Removal is the first thing that they do. Now, in this case, they keep moving it forward. Now they start looking at your past experience. So if you've had any, I really cannot go into like all of the details, because this issue, this my story, Mr. Lincoln is part of it. It is like a movie. It is like series, because it keeps unfolding and unfolding and unfolding. And then they're looking at you. You go to my house. You ask, do I drink? I do not drink. I do not drink. To God who made me, I do not drink. People that know me, I don't drink. I am a church worker. I don't drink. My husband don't drink. We have drink in the house, because back home we have but it is normal. You cannot say, we have friends that would come to the house, maybe they want to drink or something. Even when we moved into our house, the landlord had gifted us a wine. The wine is still at the house till date. Nobody touched it. We just used it to decorate the house. You go to the house to say, oh, you see bottles of drink and they say they're not drinking, they are lying. That means they are lying. Really, why do I have to lie if I drink? It is not like you guys are saints. I see people at the bar, they line up at the bar here and they are drunk early in the morning. We have a lot of like people smoking and everything. Why do I have any reason to lie about that? No. But they don't look at that. It is whatever they think. They put it in your report and say, oh, the report is there, you are drinking. And you lied about drinking. There are bottles of drink from the child's naming, christening. We had friends around, they drank the bottles. I'm new in the system. I don't know where to empty bottles. You see empty bottles of alcohol there. There is malt, empty bottles of malt as well, that the malt that we drank from that time too is there, which we have not disposed. You didn't talk about the malt. But then, because you saw the alcohol, you say it's a lie. They are drinking alcohol and they said they don't drink. Now, this is where the complications come in. Once you get involved with social workers, every single part of your life becomes everything is, they use everything against you. You're talking, you raise your voice, they say you're aggressive. Up until the time For family assessment, they said, oh, bring forward family assessment. I was pregnant. I was pregnant from the beginning. Up until 37 weeks, they didn't talk about parental assessment or checking anybody. As at 37, as at 36 weeks, they had not done any kinship assessment. That means you want to take this. You're not making any efforts. I had to start dragging them, drag the lawyer. Even the lawyers just said nobody was saying anything. I kept reminding the lawyers, won't this come up? What's happening? They say, oh, we go to court today. We go to court. Court says, what's the update now? Nothing. This. The updates. We've not gotten a reply from we are looking for doctor that will do expert assessments. We are looking for this one. We're looking for that one. And the judge is just okay. I adjourn it again to next month. I adjourn it again to next 2 months. Just like that. And people's lives are on hold. We practically did not do anything the whole of last year, except going to court, going to contacts, just walking up and down the whole UK like a mad person. Everybody was destabilized. Now, this child that is coming, you did not do any form of assessment or whatsoever. We had put forward kinship. These people, you are saying, oh, this one has 7 children. You cannot assess her. This one has 1 child. She's a single mother. You cannot assess. She's not qualified. This one is, what exactly do you want? These people that you're giving the children to, are they that perfect as well? No. We hear of foster parents that do horrible things to these kids as well. Why are you not making it easy for Black family or to take up responsibility of, if while you're doing the investigation, but even if you're not doing family assessment, can you just at least have Black foster parents that understand basic care needs for these kids, that can even provide them with the kind of food we eat, or not even fine, even if it's not the kind of food we eat because we're in your country anyways, but can you at least the care they need? You can't compare our skin with your skin. You can compare the way we would survive under some weather conditions with your skin, with yourself. There's certain things I'm explaining. Religious, my children has to go to church. You don't care because you don't even go to church. Those parents you are giving them to don't even go to church. How do I dedicate my child? They're talking, oh, dedication is not even religion. Religion is, and these things are in the rights. I have to start reading children rights. They have rights to cultural rights, religious rights. You cannot take that from them. It's so unfair. These are the things we face. And then the people within are not even helping out. The Nigerians within are not helping out. During the process of that, I really don't want to go into a lot of details because I'm not, I don't want to say the story like so much and everybody then come out to you and all of that. That's why I just been, keeping it for a whole year. I lost my mom and I had to, it was just an impulse thing. Traveled in the UK, still within the UK, traveled and, I think the pressure of, losing your mom and everything within 3 days. My baby wasn't due until about 2-3 weeks, and 4 days after I lost my mom, I went into labor. That was in another city from where, they initially took the baby. I had the baby. And I said to them, I was at my sister-in-law's place. My sister-in-law had said to them at the hospital, oh, this person's from Belfast. So, yes. I don't want to mention areas. So this person...
We mentioned local authority. If you go to our YouTube channel, you see different case study of different local authority. Nobody will hold you for that.
Okay.
We are the one displaying this. We are the one doing this. This is a Belfast case study we are talking about. And
okay, sir. So the system...
Don't mention professional's name.
Okay.
Don't mention the student's name. Mention the local authority. We are calling out each local authority so that all our professionals will know which area, because the threshold sometimes is too weight in some local authority.
Yeah,
so Belfast, we are talking about.
In fact, the threshold, they don't even have a threshold. They don't even have, they said to, so, okay, so I'll just continue. So the sister that she has said to them, oh, this person is from this city, and she had, she has an ongoing, she has social worker involvement. So it doesn't look like you came to give birth and then you're going home with baby without saying anything, So they had called the safeguarding nurse. I had called, my solicitors, told my solicitor, this is the case. So I went into labor, blah, blah, blah. And my baby's here. And at the time, they had not even done any family assessment or whatsoever. This baby was taken from the hospital on the 3rd day. They have not justified that I did anything to my child or my husband did anything to my child. We've not had any fact-finding hearing. We've not done anything. I don't have any underlying issue with like any other child or anything. There's no social history. I have a 12-year-old child and all of that. Nothing. This child was taken from the hospital. The child was taken from the hospital. I have to travel 2 hours to where they took the child to go and be seeing the child every day. Someone that just had a cesarean section. From the 4th day, I started traveling 2 hours to contact center, 2 hours back to the house. Now, I couldn't travel back to where I came from until after, I think, 8 weeks or 6 weeks. I can't remember. These people over there put everything on hold and said no case was, they were not going on with case because I am not present. I've got to give birth to child in another place. Oh, they are trying to. Now, these people over here said they have 26 weeks, they have to finish up case, blah, 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 and all of that. Am I going back? Am I coming? Am I staying? I don't even know. What do? I don't even know because nothing is happening. Where I come from, nothing has been happening. Here now, they said they would finish within so amount of time. Can you just finish and just let me have a life? And then just a lot of things just kept coming in. I don't want to really go into certain details. So my husband had like a previous history with his ex, which was they were false. None of them, like none of the allegations they did investigate, and none of them were proved. Like it wasn't prosecuted. Nothing happened. Like nothing happened. But here in the Western world, it will be on your record, whether it is false or not, it will be on the record. Now they did check and saw those things and they asked about it before we got married. I said to them, before we got married, he had said to me, these were the things he had gone through. And we did counseling. We did proper counseling for 6 months. We talked about these things, talked about this person he was with, like he's from another, like a total different nation. The only language they communicate in is in English, which she wasn't very sound in English, so there was a lot of back and forth there. So it wasn't a smooth relationship. But none of these allegations were proven. There was nothing proven. They did investigate. And then I had said to them just what I know, like what I knew about it. And they said, I'm not open to the risk. I'm not seeing the risk that my husband may pose because he did not have a smooth relationship in the past. So I'm not open to the risk. So they think I'm not able to take care of the children because I am not seeing risk. My husband has said to them, go to court, reopen this case, reopen the investigation if you want to. Go and ask these people, whatever you want to do, just do your just do. Because we have nothing to hide. They said they will do psychological assessment. 6 months, they've still not gotten a doctor to do psychological assessments. It's been said since June last year to this, been approved by the court to do assessments. Till now, we've not done any assessments. The people in the other city had asked them, so what's the issue with the case? Why is it going on for so long? Why is this? They said they don't have a timeline. They can finish in 4 years. They can finish in 2 years. They can finish, it depends. They don't have a timeline. And people's children, people's life are on hold. You could see the child. You could see the difference between the children. You would see the difference between this child that was the one that was with them, the one that they took before they took him. You see the difference. But then nobody cares.
Can I come in there? Can I come in there?
Yes, sir.
Just hold on, Mama. Let me hear from Zoom because the reason, Mommy, start 1 minute, man. This case is going for 1 year because they go to court. Is in the court now. There's a similar case now. It started on the 20th of December. The only option the social services is having is to go to court. Where there are other options they could have think of. So I'm not sure, should that person talk about that want now as well so that you bring the two together, or we should sort this first? Mommy, start.
I think, let's do it one by. I just have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Because I don't want that to go too personal. She's already going personal.
Yeah.
The thing is, where is she in England? I mean, like, so is she in England or Scotland or Northern Ireland? Northern Ireland.
The one, the where it started from is Northern Ireland, but where she came before the other baby is England. So now,
are you working with? Are they what? So did they transfer the case to England or is still in Northern Ireland?
That is they drag that one a bit. Go ahead, explain that about.
So that one, they just stopped the case and they said Northern Ireland said they cannot transfer the case anywhere. They can't transfer the case. They can't transfer the child in their care. They can't transfer. So if this England, if England is going to chase it up, then they have to do. England said, oh, they have to now do their own case study from the beginning and the likes. Like they have to start, do the case so they can finish up this one. But eventually, Northern Ireland had sent mail, had reached out that it's better for the siblings to be together, blah blah blah. So they want to return, this other child in England back to Northern Ireland. So I don't want to really go into certain details because that's why I don't like to talk about, because it really gets personal. Up until the fact that even the social worker they are easy to tell you, oh, we are here to offer you therapy, mental health. I don't need mental health sessions. I say something else. I say A, and then they're writing it down as B.
1 minute. Let Mommy start now. She want to make some clarification.
Contact this afternoon. Was it in England or in Northern Ireland? England. So England. England and what type is in Northern Ireland? So I travel every week to go to Northern Ireland to see the kids in Northern Ireland, and I'm here. I'm in England. Sorry? There are two different proceedings that is happening now. So yes, because you have a baby, and then the child in Northern Ireland is still in Northern Ireland. Yes. Okay. Now I get it. Okay. I think that's my question. Joyful Mommy Bembes, any questions to ask her? But for now, I think that's all I have to add. Then we can then advise when you finish, because it was a bit confusing when you were saying it. That's why I wanted to ask.
Yeah, just because she came for when her mom died, she just feel like she needs somebody that can, stay with her, or she can stay with. That was why she came over.
Mommy, Star. Hello? Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Safety woman, good evening, sir. In I think the full submission. I got the invite through Mommy Star. Initially joined for me, but the later information from what the concern they had was about your partner. Timo were right. So it looks like it's a case of neglect. The
initial case was neglect of the baby.
And it was a child at risk because according to her, and then child had head injury. So that's where they started from. But I think it's during the fact findings and all that they find out that the husband had issues with the police without going into detail. So they needed to investigate that. Possibly it has to do with domestic violence or has to do with child as well. That's why they're taking that side. I don't know. I'm just saying possibly.
So, you are talking from experience. That's exactly.
Yeah. So during that investigation and during that fact finding, she found out that she was pregnant. Okay. So when she was pregnant, sadly she lost her mom and she had to relocate to England. But because she's got a child CP case going on and she's got a new baby, so they informed the local authority of where she is in England. So they are picking up on her because she's got a baby and she's also got a CP case in Northern Ireland. Okay. I think save the woman.
You perfectly. the England, they wanted to ask them to withdraw, to return the case, to transfer it over, but Northern Ireland say they don't want to. Yeah, but ṣé mọ̀ pé ó rọrùn, àwọn èèyàn ń gbádùn ní England, ṣé mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn ń gbádùn ní England dáadáa ju Wales tàbí Scotland lọ tàbí Northern, ṣó ti yé yín, so òun ni wọn ò sì ní Northern Ireland ò sì fẹ́ filẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn.
Now they have concluded that they're going to take the case back to Northern Ireland because Northern Ireland is not willing to drop the case, and they can't. They had said it's waste of money and waste of resources running the same proceedings in two different places. So now they're sending the baby to Northern Ireland so Northern Ireland can merge the proceedings and the likes. And meanwhile, out of this, there's another child that is not involved at all that was in Nigeria that had gone to stay with an aunt. And they got to know the child was in. They did not say at any point that, oh, if another child comes in, or if the problem was children being in our care as at the time, they had said, okay, so if the child is not in your care, there's no issue. And then the child was at an aunt's place, a relative's place, and then they got to know. They went to pick that child as well from there. Without even doing anything. The same day they heard the child was there, they went to pick the child and took the child to foster. Not asking if the child had incurred anything. Till date, they've not asked the child, has your mother ever talked to you? I said, if the child, at least this one can talk, ask her.
It's a biological child.
Yes, even where she was in Nigeria that they used to beat, ask her, as her mother ever.
Because they have already involved, and when that child enter, every parent wants the child to enter before 18. You understand what I mean? So she kukuma say make she go stay with her auntie, but along the line they get to know that all this information goes through. They get information more office, they get information from everywhere. So before you know,
viability assessment of any relative that's safe to look after any of those children.
So the viability assessment, sorry ma for cutting you. The viability assessment is where the problem is. Nothing really happens. I have done viability about 8 people, and all the 8 people have been ruled out, and none of them have previous police case. The only thing they have said is this one has 7 children. This one is a single mother. This one, one pulled out because this one is working from home. She will not have full time to look at the baby. She's working remotely. This person is working remotely. He's not always on the system. They said, oh, because she's working, she cannot leave. She will still not give the child 24 hours attention or something. All the different 8 people have been ruled out on viability assessments. And this viability check is not something they do 10 days. For 3 months, they were still doing viability check without any reports.
They didn't give any report for viability assessment.
For 3 months, until we kept pushing and asking and saying what is happening. Even those people we had put down said that they'll contact them, send something today, and the next time they're talking to them again is like in 1 month. They would say they should call. So is the family should be calling the social work, like be calling us, like call us to know what the update is. If it is anybody, won't they get tired? Why would I be the one calling you to ask what's the updates? They just complicate all of these issues. You go to my house. You met a relative, you met somebody. You're asking, oh, where is the husband? Where is this person? They said, oh, he's not around. Where is the wife? You know quite all right that I'm not in town. You're asking, where is the wife? She said, oh, she's not around as well. They've gone out. The social worker did not ask anything. The social worker just called this other place I was to check if I came to contact. They said I was at contact. So now the social worker is putting down their concerns because when they went to the house, they said to them, my husband had gone out with his wife, and his wife is in England. So now they are concerned which woman they are referring to. question mark. So they think something is wrong. Where is the wife? Who is the second person? Who is the other wife? Really? And we think nothing is wrong. And everybody just thinks, oh, social workers are right. They are right all the time. They are right all the time. They're not even till date. The social worker did not even ask us or tell us why he went to the house. And then you put it in your reports already that there's something wrong. You met somebody at home. They said you don't even like. There's an issue with communication. You may not understand the way we don't speak this. We don't speak the same way. Maybe you didn't understand or you don't understand what I'm saying. There are a lot of times it has happened. I'm saying something else and he's saying something else. He's saying something. He's saying something. I am understanding it in a different way. I have asked for interpreter several times. Till date, we've not gotten an interpreter. I want to speak to my other child. You're saying I cannot speak in my language. This is the only place the child can speak Yoruba. And then you're denying her that right to speak with us again, to be free. Get an interpreter. You've not gotten an interpreter. I said to them, I have an advocate that I want to bring into the case. He said, oh, you don't recognize Save the Woman. You have an advocate you give to me. Why are you the one giving me an advocate? You gave me a lawyer. You want to give me advocate again. I'm saying to my lawyer, now you're asking me, how did this person travel? How did this person, this person was hiding. You eat this person. Would anybody come into the UK without proper legal process? Now you're looking at it and trying to say you want to. So because they've checked the previous history that there's really nothing on that history with my husband. Like there's nothing on it. They are trying to now come in another way and say the older child. Did I put the older child? I put the older child at risk, safety risk, by putting her with somebody she has not met before, by making her travel, kinikon. Like, now you want to bring that again and use it against me. That is also an issue. If you're going to do put a child into foster, won't you check like what are the things you will check? This person does not have any previous police issue. This person has older children living in our house. This person does not have how else is anyone supposed to take that? So I should come and say, oh, I have this child, I want to come in, or you push come and take the child to foster, and there was no point in time they had said to me, if that child is going to come into the country, you need to let us know. And I felt it wasn't any, as far as the child wasn't in my care, then I didn't have any issues. I mean, as far as giving this person legal guardianship, this person did a court order back in Nigeria to have a legal guardianship over the child. Immediately the first thing they went to take that child into foster, a child that had just come into the country less than 2 months. That has lived in Africa all her life. So you don't care the food she eats. They didn't make her hair for a month. A child that used to make her every week, they didn't make her hair for almost a month. I had to keep complaining and saying, see how rough her hair is, see how rough she looks. She's not eating well. I had to start taking African food to her.
Sister. See, Cherry, I'm happy that you're Yoruba, and please, apologies to Yoruba people. I will be mixing it. See, one thing is, the way you talk, I understand what you're going through, and no one wants to go through what you're going through. I don't even wish it on my enemy. But you know one thing that you need to calm yourself down. You need to calm down very, very well. Assess things before you talk. Jerry, even if I'm your allocated social worker, I want to do an evaluation on you. And that's the truth. So calm yourself down very well. I totally understand that Boshe Dream is a child. We are not talking about a baby. We are not talking about a child. Let's say sorrow. But in some situations, you need to calm down. Because, like you said, social workers are there to observe. Anything you do, they will observe your body language, the way you talk, the way you sit, your eye contact, it will be written down. So calm yourself down very well before someone charges you with mental health issues. and then see how we can resolve. It's going to be resolved. And unfortunately, that's why I was confused. 1 year, they had not done assessment and all that. Unfortunately, I don't think Kafkas work in Northern Ireland, because I know Kotman do Kafkas and they are really fast. So they will
No,
have
they
got
don't
you
work.
through
They
all
don't
this.
work in Northern Ireland.
But and that's the thing. And again, and that's one of the disadvantages of our town being between and white dominated area. You mentioned something about can they find black foster parents. Unfortunately, people like us, you and I, we don't do fostering, and that's the truth. And when when we can't find alternatives, say for example, Joyful wants to find somewhere for Mommy Star. If she can't find it in Nigeria, she go to the next best thing. And awareness needs to be created. If you are in Nigeria now, you can be a foster parent. Go into it. You help our people a lot.
Mommy
And
Star,
that's the honest truth of it.
Mommy Star,
Star,
just a point where you are now, just one thing. In local authority that I know that I don't want to mention, a Nigerian applied to be a foster. She only got one daughter, and she said at least her room is 2 bedroom. They said, where would she put that child if she had a child? Because of that, they disqualified her. The same month, another children went to foster. They were sharing rooms with a white British foster parent. And there are some barriers.
Students have been sharing rooms. They only sharing rooms. They normally have additional space.
This is not a lie, you. This was in the report, so where the child came back.
Is it a baby? Is it a baby?
It's not a baby. So they even said, oh, there is my nephew, they came for holiday, stuff like that. But they always give excuse. Even if this girl, this Nigerian mom, is so lovely, wish to have that child, even if just for that child to have a proper food, that was why she said, okay, let me be fostering. They disqualified her. So there are barriers that is not enabled to support people even interested to foster. And this is a systemic issue we are talking, inequality we are talking about. Not that majority of people don't want to foster. There are people that wish to, that love to. So those of you in power as well, be advocating when they are assessing, when they are for people, application, stuff like that. What support network are there for people? In fact, in social care as well, we have a concerns for you because they said, is this 7 in every 10 that always face discrimination, abuse at work? Is the research backed, and some of our people work under tension because they so it's a systemic issue. Not people would love to even be social worker, but is the system, is the environment good enough? You know what you'll be passing through as well. So we need more people to join, but we also need more people to realize that the barriers, what are the barriers that is not enabling people to do this kind of professional jobs?
And the discrimination, there's a lot of discrimination there. That's all I was saying.
That's why
Because all the family
use
people, we wouldn't say all the 8 people I brought have issues, but every single one of them were ruled out. Are you saying out of all the 8 people
I use the
that
word
came out?
inequality.
Hello, sir.
Yes, I use the word inequality because some people will not want to talk about racism, they will not want to talk about discrimination. That's why I use that word.
Exactly. Yes. That's it.
Just
Exactly.
hold on. Let me take it back to Mommy Star. Mommy Star, take a mic, ma. Mommy Star, you there?
I'm here. Sorry, I'm here. I think I lost my thoughts.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I just want to chip in that there are people that wish to, but we need to create support network.
And then I can come back when I remember. I think I lost my thoughts.
So sorry for that. Sorry for that.
Another professional. Sorry, then when I get myself up.
Yeah. So we need to start looking at what are the barriers hindering people to come forward. Because obviously, if our people are not coming out to foster, our children will end up where they don't supposed to be. And they will be saying that they are short of, and it will get to a stage where they are, if they see that we keep complaining, it will be difficult to have them, to accept them and they will end up in care homes. There are a lot of issues surrounding this matter. Mommy Joyful, have you got more info now?
Yes, I've got a lot of background into the case now. So first, the issue of neglect and other matters. You know the issue about age viability assessment that has been undertaken. Any of the reports, did you go through it with your solicitor, with your barrister, to see why they were ruled out?
Yes, all the reports came through, and we had shared with the solicitor, and the solicitor would just say, "Oh, they ruled out this person," because they would write there and say, "Oh, this person is not recommended because they feel that they're not viable enough they don't have enough space in the one didn't have enough space in the house because they had seven kids, so they said they don't have enough space. They said my sister is not seeing the risk that if I come to the house," she said, "I don't even have to come to the house. Like, they should just she's just interested in taking the child. Like, even if they don't want me to come to the house, like, she's fine. She will take the baby." They said, "Oh, she's not seeing the risk because if I come to the house, maybe she will leave the child alone." Like, there was no. She even said to them that she would. So because they had said to her, "So if I come to the house, what would you do?" And like, if I come to hurt the baby, and she was like, "Her sister cannot hurt the like she knows her sister cannot hurt the child, hurt her child when she's not mad." That was the statement she made, and they said, "Oh, she's not seeing the risk in me."
Someone is talking on Zoom on TikTok. Just hold on, Mama. Just hold on Zoom. Go ahead, Mommy Joyful.
The problem we have when they do viability assessment, I've done viability assessment. I've gone to Nigeria to do viability assessment on relatives, and the children have been taken to Nigeria. I'll tell you, when we do viability assessment, is very detailed, and the person that we're assessing has to understand the risk. Because some mama bere pe, ṣé tí mama yìí bá wá, how are you going to protect? Tí mama yìí bá wá, tí bàbá yìí, because nǹkan kan báyìí ni our local authority, this is the concern we have. Tí mama bá délé ní pé òun fẹ́ wá gbọ́mọ òun, kí ló máa ṣe? Tó bá sọ pé èmi máa pè yín o, máa sọ fún yín pé kó má wọlé, pé kó kọ́kọ́ lọ gba clarification wà látọ̀dọ̀ local authority kó tó wá, àbí kó wá ní contact days yẹ. Wọ́n máa sọ pé kò wà protective. Let's just say it as it is. See, about the bank put on your forward. If they're not saying what is protective, what they want to hear, this is the risk.
Exactly. Yes.
This is the risk. I fẹ́ gbọ́mọ ìwà fún ẹ o, torí a mọ̀ pé o lè tọ́jú ẹ̀. Wà á sọ pé àtòtọ́ mo lè tọ́jú ẹ̀, ọmọ àbúrò mi ni ọmọ ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ni o. Mo ní yàrá tí mo fẹ́ fi sí o. Iṣẹ́ mi mo lè tọrọ ààyè tí màá fi tọ́jú ẹ̀. Kinní kan, ìgbà àwo, ilé mo ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ o. Mo lè tọ́jú, mo lè mọ lọ sí school, mo lè mú lọ fún health appointment. Tí wọn bá sọ gbogbo orú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, wọn lè gbọ́mọ fún wọn.
Mommy will also combine, but one want be question, but they will now ask the question that, so this issue that what do you think? So they will expect, do they expect my sister to say, when she knows when she knows the story, to say, maybe she did it, or maybe that's where the problem came from.
Yes, nǹkan yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀. Ó máa sọ pé nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ ṣe yóò wà concerning o. Pé àwọn gbọ́ pa ó bọ̀ lẹ́rù. Kò ní sọ pé
ṣé ti gbọ́ gbólóhùn tí wọ́n lò.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni sir.
Ó la ṣe ní pé ká máa jára wa létí o.
Ṣé ti gbọ́ tẹ́ bá sọ pé sísà mi kò lè ṣọmọ léṣe, òun ló bí nǹkan ẹ̀. Nǹkan tó fẹ́ gbọ́ kọ́ nìyẹn.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n dẹ́rìn payín fún ọkàn. Èèyàn mi kan wà níbí báyìí tó ń gbọ́ báyìí dé ìsìn. Ó sọ fún ọ pé kọ́tẹ̀ dámọ̀ padà fún kó máa padà lọlé. Àwọn tó tún fẹ́ fi ránṣẹ́ síwájú tó fẹ́ ṣe assessment fún, wọ́n ní everybody wá ti gbà pé kọ́mọ̀ ẹ̀ máa bọ̀ ọ́lé. Mo ní ẹ jẹ́ má dán wò. Àwọn ìwọ́lẹ̀ tó bá tẹ̀ ti ṣìṣọ́ lọ́dọ̀ wọn, tó ti ṣẹ́nu fóró lọ́dọ̀ wọn, ṣá make sure pé o ò sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ mọ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tẹ́ fẹ́ put forward, jẹ́ kó máa yé wọn wípé tó bá yẹ pé báyìí lọ́ wà, àwọn máa tọ́jú ẹ̀mí báyìí ni o. Kì í ṣe pé à ń dá padà sílé bákàwọ́ kan. Á gbà wípé gbogbo ilẹ̀ fẹ́ pa ọmọ ẹ̀ láyà àti pé ṣọ́mọ ẹ̀ máa ṣààbò tó péye máa wà fún nǹkan tí ìyá ń sọ náà ni wọ́n ń tẹ̀lé, that means pé wọn wà protective. So ẹni tó lọ́rọ̀ yẹn ti gbọ́ nísìnyí o.
Even me, I've learned that as well. So even now, as you're asking me and you're saying, oh, you and your husband, what's the situation? I said, there's no situation. It's whatever. Are you together? We are just there. Today, if you say they will ask you what if they just say it's the husband that hurts the child, it will carry his load and be going. Me, I will protect the children and just stay. These are the things they want to hear. Like over this 1 year, I've just understood that it is what they want to hear, and that's what you have to give to them. But then, like at the end of the day, what's the point of not being honest? Like, why are we not? Why? Like the truth is there. Like this issue is so annoying. I'm so sorry. One mommy mentioned that if she's the one, like the way I'm talking, I don't talk this way to the social workers. Like I don't even raise my, I don't even say shit. Like it is what they ask me, I will answer, because I'm not even interested in talking to people all the time to them, because I'm trying to reach out to you. I'm trying to talk to you. I don't even have their number. If I want to talk to you, I have to call the office and drop message and wait for you to call me back after 2 days or 3 days. When I've even forgotten what I want to talk about or to what I want to ask, I will complain about one thing. Nothing is done about it. Nobody cares. So I even got tired. So I even stopped talking. It's because of just the itara of Iya, like the way it is. Nobody would sit down. So the 2 babies, I had them through CS. And the elder one, that's how we were. I was a single mother. Now imagine that they took this person away from you. And then nobody is just bothered. Like they're just everything. They just want to tag you and say, they are quick to say, oh, recommend mental. Thank God for people. I said to them, I don't have any mental, I don't have anything. You can see the way I'm even in my contacts, like there are good stories, good like recommendations, even from the contact workers. I don't miss, I don't go late, I don't have any issues. Even before the new baby came, I'd never had any issues with contact or anything or whatsoever. So there was no concern about, there's no concern about my basic care of children, no concern about my emotional support, giving them emotional, nothing like that, nothing like that. So the only issue is you saw the previous, you're not even investigating, you're not even using, if they were investigating that, the history is a different thing. You're not investigating, you're not doing anything, everybody is just chilling.
No problem. I'm going to give the professional 2 minutes to come into the matter. We cannot settle it on this platform. We will still talk after this, and if any of them would love to still be offering counseling to you at a point, because at a point you need somebody to be talking to, voice out your mind, and you will be comfortable with any of them, or we might take it out of this platform, because we've got another case study that is still fresh and it's in England. We need support for that. We need support for that.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. One last thing, sir. Sorry, one last thing I want to add, sir. The slip on the ice issue. Remember that the lawyers had dismissed it. So it was when I changed lawyers, like the lawyer I was working with resigned, like she left, and they had to bring in another set of people on board. She had asked the story. I told her everything. She was the one that now said I should talk more about the sleep on the ice issue. I explained it to her, and she was like, well, did the child eat the head? I said, the child must have eaten his head, but I don't know, like, I didn't know how much. Or so why didn't I say the story? I said it to the previous lawyers, and she said she would go and check she would ask them or confirm. She went through their notes and saw that I had mentioned it to them on 2 different occasions. Now she said, okay, you need to include that part into your statements. I had done that into my statements, and they had sent the corrected statements to experts. Experts had said to them that if there was a slip on the ice within that 48 hours, it's very possible the child would have incurred the injury from there. Now the social workers are saying, why didn't you mention it from the beginning? And I said to them, I said it to the lawyers. What I was sure of was the court issue, that happened like the night, like that was what I just assumed that happened. Then, and when that was immediately at the hospital. And then the other, like the next day when the lawyer had asked me everything, like I told her everything, I had said to her like if this was possible, and they had just dismissed it. Now nobody is looking at that I was poorly advised to not talk about it or to not expatiate on it by the lawyers. Now they're using that against me and saying, why didn't you talk about it? Why didn't you tell a professional? I wouldn't. Is the lawyer not a professional? Would I leave the lawyer and go back to police or to the social worker or to the doctor and say, oh, this also happened? And so when I had already told my lawyer, and the lawyer said, don't talk about it, just talk about this one. Now, nobody's talking about that you were poorly advised. They're saying, and then the medical expert had come and said the two experts had come and said, it is possible if there was a fall, what they just need is that injury must have been incurred by like a force from an adult. Like maybe, so if there was a fall, my force on the child may have caused it. And it wouldn't, like, it would be within 48 hours, which was within 48 hours. I said to the lawyer, they still have my phone from January last year. They took my phone. They've not given it to me. So, like, they should go and check. Like, I don't have anything I'm hiding. So now nobody's talking about that. Everything is just coming back on your head. If you miss to say this, it is seen that you lied about something, or you intentionally did not say, even if you did not know you are supposed to talk about it. So that's just what I wanted to add, like, for the whole of our case. Thank you very much. Please, if there's anything anybody can say. Right now, I'm on the state. I mentally, I'm better now. I'm in a place where I can accept it. I've gone through a lot. That's why I can accept and talk about it now. If it was last year, I was a mess, but I'm better now. I have church members, I have people, I have Mr. Lake also here, trying always there that I can, message. So please, if anybody else can, but I just want us to take out that fact of, oh, if you didn't do anything wrong, they won't take your child. Removal is not the first thing. These places, especially nothing works. And they said it to the England services that they don't have a timeline, they don't have anything, and there's nothing England services can do about it. And that is not fair. That is not right. That is not right. If you're going to take a child, there should be a timeline. My visa is expiring. You say, oh, just go and, get yourself sorted. What if I didn't plan to renew my visa? What if I want to go back to my country? You say, I'll go back to my country and leave my children in the country. How is that possible? Are you trying to help me? What happens to this has happened? Oh, this issue has happened. Watch the person. Take them through certain courses. Introduce something. Nobody has parenting guide at hand. Introduce something, help them. But no, you want to crucify them with everything. Every single little thing. There are several times social workers have been rude to us, very, very disrespectful. And I won't be able to say anything because I don't want them to tag me as being aggressive. The other day, my elder child has said to me, I don't like the face of this social worker because you're talking disrespectfully to her parents. She had greeted us in Yoruba, Ekason, and then he just said, English, please. You've never ever said to us that you have to always communicate in English. This girl is, I wouldn't even be talking about the issue, the proceedings in front of a social worker to her. But you didn't care. You just said, English, please. At the time we were going to finish contact, you switched off the light on us. We were still packing our things. You switched off the light and left and walked and went to the door and opened the door and just stood at the door. And then you say to your lawyer, there's nothing they can do. You just have to take it. You talk to social workers, there's nothing, you have to take it, nothing. Social workers will talk to you anyhow. You talk to your lawyer, they said nothing, there's nothing they can do. Even the lawyers are not saying anything. I've been looking for a black lawyer, or at least a lawyer that can fight, that is not being in bed with these people. But everybody seems to be in bed together. Thank you very much, sir, and everyone.
We are indeed together, okay? Mommy Joyful, yes, Mommy Ben Bakes, Mommy Star. Omoba, good evening, sir.
Brother. Is it a lot? Is it a lot?
Mommy Joyful, what are you saying, ma?
A solicitor to represent wọn. Ṣé àwọn lọ́lọ́ wá fúnra wọn àbí is it recommended by the
social workers that gave us the solicitors? They were even the one that called the firm that they have a case that they will pick up the case, and that was it. And we've been looking for
that is the issue people in Northern Ireland and Scotland are facing, England and Wales.
Because in England, we don't recommend solicitor.
Even if they give a list, they will not even say go for this. They will just give a list just to support. If you feel like.
I don't know how it works in Northern Ireland, but in England, we don't recommend solicitor.
Yeah, England and Wales is what is always helpful to get lawyer for them. But anybody in other island and
Northern Ireland, they just gave us, they were the one that called the lawyer to come to the house
can I
for me.
can
By
I
the
say
we've
something?
been trying to look
Can I
for,
say
and because
something?
it's legal aid, we can't collect lawyer by ourselves. We don't have
Can
the
I say
funds. They're telling us £5,000.
can
Sir,
I even say something? Can I say
yes, sir.
something? Mommy Joyful, Mommy Star, in other island, you cannot ask for email of social worker or manager or anybody. They don't give it out. They don't give email. They will, you have no. They only use landline to call you, or you can go to their website to go and get complaint email. You don't there's nothing like it's just weird.
I want to send for a receipt for this thing. I will message social worker. Social worker said I cannot message. I should not message him. I should not message him. I'm asking. I said to them, because we do have like different. When I say something, you are putting down different thing. I don't want to talk to you on the phone. I prefer we communicate via mail or let it be written so there's an evidence. Because if I say something, you are tagging it as something else. So let us have. You said no. So I started messaging. I will send a message. You said I cannot message him. That I should stop messaging him. If I need to drop any information, I should call the front. I will call the main office. They will drop the message and he will give me a call back. Sometimes 1 day, 2 days before he calls back and say, oh, he was busy. Sometimes he'll just say he's off. And if he's off, there's nobody else there's nothing I can do until he comes back from wherever, from his leave. Tickets, refund, reimbursement. Okay, give me a mail to send it to. You say no. I will print it. I will go and print it out and bring it to your office to do reimburse. I cannot reach you through mail. Am I
They
going to
don't give
beat it through the mail?
it's not only you. I've had cases, I've had some other people from another island. I had to reach out to one person before they now had to reach out. It's just too weird, you know.
Even advocates, the social worker wants to give me advocates. I'm saying that the way you are treating me is not fair. You are not treating us well. You are treating us unfairly. Like there's a lot of unfair treatment. You say you want to give me advocates that will still come and fight for me. How? I say I have somebody. You say no. You don't recognize the persons in England. You need the person to be here so they can come to the meeting physically. You want them to be. Why are you making life hard for us? If you don't want us to come, tell us you don't want us to come. If we are here and we've had incidents, we have accidents, things happen. Nobody has a guideline. Put us through. Take them their parent, their courses, their things, their other this form of discipline. Nobody should go through whatever we went through in 2024. I don't wish it on my worst enemy. Even the social worker has said to me, I like the things she have gone through this year. Some people would not go through these things in the whole of their lifetime, and she understands. That's why she's offering me mental health support. I don't want mental health support. Just do this shit and get it done with. Just finish up. Let us finish this case. Let me just have a life. We've not done fact finding. So since January last year, they have just fixed fact finding dates once. Like they just fixed it because England services had said, oh, if you are bringing back this if you are sending the other, so you need to have like at least a fact finding date. They put fact finding dates in April. And they don't even know if that April will still stay because the judge can decide to go on leave. And nobody can do anything about it. Nobody can talk to them. There's nobody that can say anything. Police finished their investigation. They said even the police had recommended that, oh, it's possible the injury could have occurred from the court because there's a wooden tray and the angle the child was, if the child had hit his head on the wood, that it would have it is possible it could have happened. But they are waiting for the report from medical experts from social services before they can close the police investigation on the criminal aspects.
Who's using Children's Act there too?
What did you say?
Is it Children's Act or no in Northern Ireland?
They don't use it because I went to read their rights. They have their own. But a lot of things tí wọ́n ṣe ń bẹ̀. Ọmọ tẹmú tọlọmú lọ́dọ̀ àǹtí ọmọ tẹlọmú wọn ò tí ṣe LAC meeting láti November tó ti mọ ọmọ yẹn dé ni wọn ò tí ṣe LAC lé lórí. And in their rule, also within 20 days. Till date,
it's like a one ghetto like that.
Yes,
you know?
they said because the chairman of the Akinikon is on leave, so they not do LAC meeting.
The same way Scottish, they have a Scottish law. It's like they have their own Bible. They have their own Bible, you know. They have their own Bible. Not only you, there's this another woman as well. Thank God they are returning the children back, but they have agreed to return them back, and it's still taking over 6-7 months. You know, it's so unfortunate.
Imagine. That's what they said today. It can take up to 4. You can almost talk about three months.
They have agreed to return this child, but they said, oh, they need to just before you know. Anyway, so do we have any person to just say one thing? Because I need to bring Liverpool case study now. Liverpool case study. If you want to hear more of case study, please go to our YouTube channel. We have different case study there. We have different case study. So we will start with Liverpool now. Those of you on YouTube, I'm not sure whether should I put Belfast / Liverpool, or we should stop it and start all over. You want to say something? Mama, go ahead and say something. Let me change your name on so that before your name appear on YouTube and they will say, oh, it's this person. No. Let me put you on community group. Community 5. So I've changed you to community 5. Okay. Community 5, take a mic.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I'll be talking about Durham Police and Durham County Council. I'm sure you people might have heard about me. Can everybody?
I said make we talk about Liverpool. Now Durham, you won't carry enter.
Please, Ejo. The professionals are here tonight.
I beg you go see help. We get a lot of professionals that they will wait. But that Liverpool, it is
Uncle
only
Leko, please, I want Mommy Bombay. You know, I told you that afternoon. I want her to. She does not know me.
Is still there. Mommy Star is still there. Mommy Joyful is still there.
Uncle Leko, let me just quickly talk about it.
Okay, don't worry.
She was not here this afternoon.
I will tell the Liverpool to just use 5 minutes to summarize. Because it's very serious, honestly speaking. Because
what of my own?
Your own is also catastrophic or super serious. So.
Mama, you know the Mommy Bombay is here.
This Liverpool is a case that we normally say they don't remove Shiden, or Shiden don't do this one, or they don't go to court anyhow. But the professional on the board, they know that going to court is not a small journey. And instead of going to court, there are other ways, there are other options. If they use those options, it doesn't work, or they think they are not feasible, that's when they can make a choice to go to court. Even before going to court,
they took me to court 1 o'clock. They called me 1 o'clock. I got to get to court 2 o'clock. Uncle Leko,
make I tell you one case. They say mama beat pikin for school. Now the complaint, now the allegation, they go home, they ask the mama to strip herself first, or they ask this husband they there, everybody there. So a lot is happening, but we cannot talk anything today. Just give me 1 minute. Let me check if Liverpool is ready. I've ordered it like that. You know, I gave you chance in the morning first, but I've not given Liverpool because that was the case I went for, and that was why we had that meeting. If not, Liverpool will have spoken. But thank God we stopped that program at 1 o'clock. We went for that meeting. What we saw there, because this is the first meeting they will ever do since they've involved, and they called the first meeting LAC review meeting. When you remove a child on the 20th of December, there are no other things going to there. Anyway, and the social worker that even came there does not even know the actual referral, the content of referral, missing words, asking school, correct me if I'm wrong.
When we move on the 20th of December, become LAC review in January.
See, make a Liverpool. I beg, take a mic, open a mic. Liverpool, are you there? Liverpool, mute yourself. Because if we talk about this case study,
Hello.
people will not believe.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Just 1 minute. Can you hear from Zoom, from a TikTok? TikTok, say hi, say hello if you can hear. Okay, go ahead. Liverpool, take a mic.
Okay. Thank you very much for this platform, Mr. Ola. I really appreciate. Let me quickly go into my own dilemma without mincing words. On the 20th of December, that was the last day of school. I went to pick my children from school, and when I got there was unnecessary delay, which was quite strange to me. So I was like, I went there about 5 minutes late. So usually if you go, you don't go through the normal gates, you just go through the reception. So when I got there at the reception, the receptionist was kind of delaying me. Waited there for like 15 to 20 minutes, nothing. I had to ask again. They say that was when they now told me one of the children has made an allegation and we are just trying to review it. Okay, no problem. I waited. I was shocked, like I was just shocked to my bones, but I just composed myself. When they finally called me in, the social worker was there and 2 police ladies. So there were 3 people there. When I got there, they told me that because I have 2 boys, twins and a girl, they told me one of the boys made an allegation that the dad had beat him. And when they questioned the boy, he said because he weed on the bed. So that's actually the one with the mark was shy to speak, but the other one, when they asked him, he said they weed the previous day and they were beaten. So I was quite surprised. When they asked me my own account, I was like, I'm really shocked at this discovery. Quite all right, we are trying to stop them from going because they wear their diaper, but we are trying to stop them. So we don't beat them. There's nothing like that. Highest we do is just like sing a shame song for them and all of that, but we don't beat them. So they asked me to call my husband immediately. I was still there. They said I need to call my husband to come because he has mentioned the children has mentioned his name. So I called my husband and he came to the school within, let's say, 10, 20 minutes. They asked him, he also gave his own account. There's nothing like that. We are trying to stop them, but the redness people are saying you are calling bruise that is swollen. There was nothing like swelling on my son's face, but they said his face was swollen. The redness is because normally my boy, when he has when there's like a pressure on his skin, it's quite fair in complexion. His skin turns red. As at the time I got to the school that they were telling me all this thing, when I saw him, there was just like a small red dot on his face. I'm like, is this the red dot you part of? They say yes. And you are saying it's swelling. I'm not seeing any swelling on his face. They said that was what they said, that they have the video and all of that. Okay. Everything, we gave our own account within, let's say, 20 minutes. And immediately the social worker said, okay, they went outside for like 5 minutes, came back and said, we'll have to take him for a test if people are saying this, and then we'll have to take him for an assessment. And then, do you people have anybody who can keep the children? Because we are afraid they can't go home with 2 people. We said, yeah, we have a family friend that doesn't live far. So we found our family friend and they came. The police went with my son, my daughter, and then I went with the social worker to the hospital. When I got to the when we got to the hospital, the social worker and my son went in. They checked the boy. They asked him, gave him a lot of toys and all of that. They asked him. The boy kept saying his dad beat him on the face. So after some time, I went in. They questioned me, asked me all the necessary things. They were showing me spots on the boy's body. What is this? I said, this one is the BCG. vaccine he has taken since when he was a baby. It's just a small dot on his leg. And then there's another birthmark on his shoulder. That was the only marks they saw. There was no significant mark. Okay, after the whole thing, that left. This was happening on the 20th. So throughout the festive period, from that day, they didn't really give us any significant feedback. They were just like, the hospital will have to get back to us on the investigation and will tell you people how to go from there. We thought this case was just okay, highest, they will, disciplinary measure and all of that. After the whole festives, we were allowed to go to see the children, but they were still with the family friend of ours, and we were allowed to go see them. There was no restriction, actually. So after the festive period, this on the 7th of this January, they said, okay, because you people said this boy's body turns red, that means he's prone to bruising. We are going to conduct a test to see if he has any condition that makes him bruise easily. They went for the test. That one took about another 1 week. They went for the test, and when the results came out, at some point, the social worker was not even communicating with us. If we call her, she would be reluctant to answer. So when the results came out, the next week, they told us that we are going to go for another assessment. We even thought, okay, they want to give us the result and all of that. We went for the assessment with another doctor, and they checked the children's body. The same thing they did before. Check, but this time is all the children. Check their body, start asking questions from the beginning, the questions they've asked before. What is this? All my children have birthmark. What is this? We say it's birthmark. What is this? All the question all over again. So before you know it, when this happened, I asked the doctor, please, is this part of the investigation? Because the people said, you are going to finish your investigation and you get back to us. She said, no, that this one is just for children that are already in care. I'm like, oh, I don't understand. Are they in care now? She said, yeah, that these are for children or this is like a procedure for the children in care. I said, all right, no problem. So what about the test result? She said, the test results show that is negative, which means my son doesn't have any, what's it called? My son doesn't have any condition that make him bruise easily. All right, no problem. So after the whole thing, I went with the family friend of ours. So after the whole thing, we went back home. I was now trying to, all this while I was speaking with Mr. Ola. I was trying to talk with the social worker. She wasn't responding. So after like few days, the same number that I've been using to contact the social worker called me, but this time is another social worker, another person that introduced herself. She now said she will be the one in charge of this one of the case now. The former social worker is not this one down. So she came to the house. She asked me and my husband again. We narrated everything from the beginning. We told them that these children just came to this country, and this what they are using beats is what they are used to. We don't beat our children because they are still small. Yes, we might give a little spank once in a while, but it's not like something we do all the time because that is not how we are oriented to even train children. So we don't really beat them like that. She was not like, if we had told the initial social worker that maybe it will not get to this stage that we are saying a different thing now. I was not like, no, we are not saying a different thing. She was asking me questions based on what happened with the mark on the child face. And that was what I was trying to answer. So it's not like we are saying this different things. You are just asking us another question now, and we are trying to give you like a more detailed. So it will not be as if we are just saying different things. So I myself, I did not even see that mark. The possibility that the boy has incurred that redness on his face in school is there. But you're saying he came in with swelling, he came in with redness and all of that. So the lady, the one that came now, she was like, Okay, well, they've decided now that if this matter is eventually going to go to court, that we need to look for a solicitor and we need to look for it today. You know, she was saying everything. I was I was speechless. I'm like, you are coming to us today, you're telling us to look for a lawyer today, that this matter is going to court. Is this the next thing that has to happen? She said, yes, that they've decided that because we are saying another thing and they are worried about the children's safety, that the matter will have to go to court. So that was what happened. Despite every other thing to try to, maybe she said no, that we need to follow rules. We need to follow rules. That my husband, that she was insinuating some things like I can't trust if that me. I said I only dropped them in school that day, so that I can't really trust what my husband did to them when he was dressing them up. I was like, you can't say I don't trust I can't trust what my husband. If there was any issue of like beating or anything that morning, I will know. I didn't dress them up that morning. My husband did, but he's the one that's been doing it. She even called me separately because she went through the house, checked everywhere, every part of the house. She called me to a room and closed the door and was like, just tell me the truth. Is there any issue of violence, domestic violence? Do you think, do you really trust your husband? You know, trying to instigate or insinuate something that is not there. I'm like, no, there's nothing like that. Truthfully, quite all right. If I go out, I can't say I know what is happening in the house because obviously I'm not in the house. But I trust my husband with my children. This is their father we are talking about. I was like, all right, okay, no problem. And all of that. So after that day, she asked for that day. The day she came, she was asking us this thing. She was even like, you're going to give me the number of your work. It's going to affect your DBS. I'm like, it's going to affect my DBS. Like, I did not even talk to her that day. I did not question her. When she said it's going to affect my DBS, I was just looking at her. So when I told Mr. Ola, I was like, going to affect my DBS when they've ruled out that this thing actually happened or when it did not. Why is she talking about my DBS? She collected my um, work contacts and said she's going to reach out and all of that. Now, there was a meeting that was scheduled today, which was attended. But
Since
before today, they sent an
before
assessment report to me. And in
before
that
you go,
assessment report, there was a lot of
hold on,
things.
hold on, Mama. Hold
Yeah.
on, Mama. Since on the 20th that the referral has been made from school to the social services, today is the first meeting they will ever have.
Yes, today is the first meeting
And
they will hold
they called the
between
meeting
any
lack review,
external body or anything. Today is the
and they
first
called the
meeting.
meeting lack review meeting. I was
Eh?
so surprised when I got there. After everybody finished their report, I asked the chair of the meeting, IRO, can I ask a question? The school said they want to leave. I said, don't leave yet. Has there been any concern in the school? He said, no, they've never had any concern. This is the
This
only
was the
first.
first time.
I said, that's fine. Now, if this is the only first one, social care, were the children known to the system? They said no. Now, if you did well by not taking the children to the foster home, you ask for their family, friend, relatives, fine. That is why we didn't even talk. The next thing you're supposed to do is what assessment have you carried out? And if you have done a strategy meeting, what was the outcome? Then is it go for child protection or what? Or is this child in need? You didn't consider any of this. You did not even consider PLO. What you just put in the report is children are going to, you have even pushed out for, they have sourced out for foster. They have already sourced for fostering because they don't want to remain, because the matter is going to court and they don't think this family that they are with will be able to carry on with them. So they are already placed out for foster. They are waiting for response from the fostering team.
And the sorry for cutting short, Mr. Ola.
There's no consideration for PLO. For in fact, go ahead. For today,
the
the first
social worker, was not, couldn't even, like, she could not even give a detailed explanation of what the case is. She had to be sourcing for help from the school to be telling them, and the school was making a lot of negative.
Can I say something? She's asking school, oh, because I just take over this case, school, please correct me if I'm wrong. Did they say they hit them? Is it hit or beat? Oh, is it both parents? That is a social worker that has taken over for how many weeks?
Asking the school.
I asked her, has she ever cited the referral note by herself? Because if you have cited it, you should be able to read word from word. You should be able to report to the IRO or share what is the concern. Why are we in this meeting? And God so good also. It's still the same people we are talking about. It's our community. Go ahead.
So when she was making all these reports, Mr. Ola asked me to ask a question. I asked the question, can we get the document, the 47 section 47 report? Yeah. Can it be sent to us? She said, no, that is going to be given to our solicitor. That is going to be given to our solicitor, or the manager. We have to approve that we get it. So let me go back to how the meeting went. So when the school was called upon to narrate their own, to give the account of how the children were in school, they said it quite alright that the children are always punctual, they are always neat, they don't look like neglected or something like that. But they now start making accounts on one of the child that he's always moody when the teacher is teaching, and he only likes to play, like he's active in playing with his peers and is active in class. I was not like, okay, I have a question regarding that. If you say my son is active and is only when he wants to, only when the teacher is teaching, that is when the boys want to lie down. Have you evaluated yourself? Probably the method you are using to teach this boy is like he's not catching up with it or something. That was when the was independent review officer was now like asking the school, so what plans are you people putting in place for these children like this? And some the school was now like, we are putting something in place. What did they call it? I've forgotten what they call it. To make the child, to be able to make them relate more through how they play. Therapy. So that one is going to happen in 2 weeks. They are just pushing a lot of things. They are like pushing it towards long term. They are not even making it look like something that will end anytime soon. And the health accounts, when they asked the person from the health people, they were insinuating that my child, I don't have emotional warmth, according to the video evidence they gathered on the day of the first assessment, that there was no emotional warmth between me and my son, and that the injury detail was very detailed. They were just different type of lies just to make the story, sweet to their ears. They were even saying there was tenderness, the redness on his face, there was tenderness to the touch, it was swollen. They added that they beat him. Now they did not even say slap again. They said they beat him at the back of his head, his buttock, took his hand to the back. Different stories. I'm like, all these things that you are saying now, are you making it up? Because this is different from what, like, we told this person and what you even said that this person told you earlier. But now you are saying they put his hand to the back, they slap him on his head, on his face, and this one, different things. And the IRO didn't even have much to say there. So that was how the meeting went. What now they are saying, we are going to go to the court. They're going to map out a 26-week plan. If we get to the court is going to decide if the plan for the children is child in need or child protection plan. That is the cost that will have to face it. That will have to decide. So,
Mommy Star, joyful. Mommy Ben Bakes.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. We never hear your voice since so.
I did listen to what the sister have just narrated. I'll come in from the instance of the case. Once the child had opened, maybe when the child got to school in the morning, they saw the mark on the face, the red, the swollen. They would have taken photographic evidence. They would have called one or two people together. Immediately, they would inform social service, children's social services. So children's social services get an allocated social worker, would make a planning meeting with the team leader or senior one. They would have anticipated what would have happened. So when they look at it, and it's not like it's a rash that is blanching or heat, but they know that this is a abuse. So at that stage, now they have identified something, or maybe it was the child that went to tell them. So if the child did not go and tell them, if they've seen anything, they will call the child. Now, if the child says, the first thing the child says would really count. So if I call the child and the child says, my dad beat me, and you call the child and the child says, my dad beat me, then we are going to take their word for the child, because the child has been consistent in what the child has said, and there is evidence that it is to it. Now, when they are now asking the mom questions, there are some answers that you gave, that you said on this platform, that are quite implicating. The answers like, we just beat them a little bit, we just sing shame, we just, not that so much serious. So, those, or we're trying them to stop. If you say you are trying a child to stop an habit, you can always use a force to stop a child from continuity of an habit. So those little words, what they are putting together to add to their evidence of it is possible. Now, the only thing that I was going to say about it, that if a referral was done on the 20th, and maybe because of bank holiday and everything, and the dust stuff like that, then they now decide that way they can't get a foster, or maybe there was no applicable of that position, and ask the family friend to take care of the child. The next meeting should not have led to look after child, which is the lack, because there hasn't been enough evidence to have been gathered. And when they took the children to the hospital and they do what we call medical CP, which is they do X-ray, full skeletal X-ray for the children from top to toe, to identify if there are broken bones or fractures or bruises or anything in the body. And if medical can say, well, there isn't anything medical that has caused this fracture, then they should be discharged under medical CP. Now, you said that your child color, sometimes I didn't really get that side, that the color
Yes,
changes.
his skin is quite sensitive, prone to redness.
Okay. So, and if I can pick, you said that they did a skin test on your child. Now, with that skin test, they're going to check that is your child susceptible to have a skin breakdown for any. Some people will have
No,
skin.
it's not. Sorry, it's not a skin test. It's like a blood work they did. Like, it's a blood work they did to check if he's prone to bruising. So his skin, if they do any form of test. Sorry, I didn't get that.
They've done any test in the hospital. If they've
Yeah,
done
they
any
did the
test,
blood. They did blood work in the hospital.
yes. Okay, to identify if there is anything. So, and if that has come out negative result, that means that what you have told them is either you have told them a myth, or you've told them you've told them something that has contradicted what medical decision is, because they have done the medical test and they found out that it's negative. So there's nothing else that you can stand as a proof that what the mark on your child is not a bruised. It's not caused by bruising. It's not caused by,
Sorry, ma'am, may I add that what was on his face that day was redness. I don't know if there's another term they could use for it. And by the time we even got to the hospital for the consultant, he could not see it. He had to say, where is the mark? I can't find any mark. The consultant. they had to say, oh, I have a recording of it. It's on my phone. At the time I got to the school, it was just like a red dot, which is very similar to what my account of what happens to his skin. If they bring the distance, everyone will see it. And I even have my own video evidence. Like if you apply pressure, maybe if it's in the car and like a seat belt, you know, if you remove that seat belt, you see the redness on his skin. So at the time we got to the hospital, there was no redness at all. So it's not like a serious bruise, and that was the only thing on his skin. Other ones were spots, dots.
Liverpool, just for learning purpose, because Mommy Ben Base always say this in one of our words. What was the comment of the health visitor?
Of the health visitor today.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was just going over the whole thing. She said they don't have any serious concerns about their health. The only thing is that today during the first assessment, a video evidence showed that the injury detail was there and there was lack of emotional warmth between me and my son, which is not true.
No. What was the example the social worker narrate that it could be? What they mean by that? Because people need to start learning when you go for GP, when you go for A&E, the way you compose,
yes,
the way
when I brought that issue up, I'm like, I don't understand what they mean by that. I tried to explain my own that it's almost like you're this. That day I was with my son. My son was sitting down my body, like I was playing with him there. So the social worker was like, maybe because I did not kiss my baby, that there was nothing like kissing or pity. Like I did not kiss my son, and there was nothing like maybe I should be saying, oh, sorry baby, or all this type of thing. I'm like, I'm with my son, we were talking, I was
it's
not in the
okay,
best.
it's okay. Liverpool, it's okay. I just want to base to buttress that, because you always say people will think, oh, it doesn't count. Go ahead, Mommy Ben Base.
Yeah, because when you have a professional with you, you're looking at everything. If I come to you now, I'm talking to you, I'm playing with you, but I'm also looking at everything because I need enough information to fill up my form. Like the social worker might have observed you, maybe that psychological emotion wasn't there. Now, this is something that is very possible because at the time they're talking to you, you were distressed. At the time they're talking to you, what is going in your mind? What will be going in my mind is what will be going in your mind. As in, is this child that is putting me into this thing? Which kind of voila is this now? This one now, this child now, he has said something now. It has made me to fall into the hand of these social service people. That is what I'm very sure psychologically will be going in your mind. With that one, you might not have given the child that 100% attention at the time the social worker observed that you didn't peck your child, you didn't hug your child because you are really distressed at that. Even though that is expected, but they will still expect you that as a mother, regardless of anything, and then it does portray that you're guilty because then you're feeling like, what I've done has leaked out now, and what I've done has come out. So the social worker might have observed that in you. So I mean, as a learning curve, that's why they say, even if your child raise an allegation against you, you don't even go back home and say, oh, I will not give you your treat, I will not take you out again, I will not buy you this again. All those ones is going to make the case worse. They expect you to go back home and behave normal with the child like nothing happened. They didn't expect you to go and maltreat the child. That's why when investigation is going on, they tend to take the children away at that time because they know that we can transfer aggression, we can inflict more physical contact on the child and say, well, anyway, he's already in court, let it be in court. I can as well do what now. I'm not able to do what I want to do. So the psychological impact of it at that time that the social worker observed might have been the attitude that you have expressed towards your child, and it's just because of how you have felt, which is a natural thing that can happen to all of us at that time. So going back to when medical have certified that the bruises, the child, the everything is clear, then it should be clear. But some bruises are not medical in line. It happens. So in that one, that is where you're still held for further investigation or planning meeting. But I would just suggest that if you have to make them back again, your children should not be going into looked after child. What happened to them is not extreme criteria for them to go into looked after child, and then let alone going into child protection. So it's something that you would speak to the social worker, and as we always said as well,
the social worker, even when it was brought up there, the social worker doesn't even want to acknowledge that anything else can be done. She's like, we've made our decision and this matter is going to court. When it gets to court, we'll present our case and concerns. They also will present their case and concerns, and then they'll take it off from there. So it's for the judge to decide.
Because we just feel like let's hear from social services. That was why we waited all this while, and this is the first meeting we've been today. Because this is the first meeting they've ever had as a team meeting with the parents. It's only social worker that always go to their house, and they've never even sent any document to them.
Nothing. Even when we asked for the documents, if the IRO was like as if he was even complying with them, he's not even giving like his own full opinion.
Hold on, Liverpool. What did you say, Mommy Ben Base?
The social worker cannot tell you that you are going to court now. You can't go to court now for give injunction to take the child.
She mentioned that
you get to the social worker come to your house. Did they gather information? Did they gather evidence? Did they ask the other children? Did they see marks on the other children? Then if they've done all that, were those evidence substantial enough to say that? Because but see, I don't know.
Mommy Ben Base. Mommy Ben Base. Can I bust your head, man? The first document, the first document they will ever give to parents is lack review report. That's what the title is. Now, their recommendation, social worker opinion of progress and event is this child to remain subject to section 20 pending the case being presented to court by the local authority. The local authority will make an application to the court for ICO, interim care order, to afford them the opportunity to make plans for the children, to keep them safe pending the outcome of any court-directed assessment, which will determine whether the children can be returned to the care of their parents. There's a place, I can't even say that place, that she even said they have sought for placement.
Yes, she said they are sourcing for fostering.
Children, hold on. They're keeping the children in a safe place whilst the case goes to court.
They kept them with the family friend. But they are planning to remove them. They are planning to remove them from family friend. They said because they don't have enough space there. So
the family friend has 4 children. Sorry, sir. The family friend has 4 children, and they are saying +3 that the children are too much. That's 7 children. That is overcrowding.
Just hold on, Liverpool. Hold on. Someone wants to ask a question. Let me start.
Did you sign any form? Because it's looking like you voluntarily giving section 20.
Do you know? Do you know?
Giving section 20.
This is.
That's why you went to lack with you.
This is.
Did you sign or agree to anything?
Yes, we did, because we don't know what to do and we don't want to complicate issues. So, and this.
So you voluntarily agreed to section 20. That's exactly what you did.
Mommy Star. The day they said they made a disclosure, if did not voluntarily sign section 20, you know what will happen as a professional.
Exactly, they will go to court. They will do
you
appeal
know the police. You know they are there.
And she even said it.
Liverpool, wait.
Yeah.
Mommy Star. This is reality I want to say now. You know they are there with the police. They will remove those children under police protection power.
Forcing a parent to sign Section 20 is oppressive.
If they do not sign it, I'm telling you now, as far as social workers are with the police there on the ground, if they do not sign it there, definitely you will say they are not going to work with the parent. They are not ready to work with the social worker. They are not ready to work with. They will not say they are not ready to work with. They will say they are not ready to work with professionals. And police will use
work with parents.
Police
without having to sign any form.
But it is you that you can say this, Mommy Star. The reality.
Where is she? Is this Liverpool?
Liverpool.
I'm here. I can hear you, ma.
The reality, they are already with the police. They are ready to take them away with police protection power for 72 hours. They are already there. So if they do not sign it, and even though when they said, okay, do you have a family friend? And they said they do they need to sign any Section 20? They're supposed to sign working agreements.
Exactly.
But they will not. They will not. They will not. They will not. Because if they say, oh, let them go to family friend, you know what the work safety man is trying to do here is that we don't want to cause any havoc in the community. We try as much as possible to say, let's give that trial to work with them, because you don't want any tension. So actually, they have removed the children to the family friend before they came to us. But what we just said is that we are the children. Said they are with family friends. Said that's fine. Let's hear from social services. And since 20th of December, we've not heard from them. It was only today when I left this meeting around 1 o'clock. I just see the social worker today as an African lady. Because she herself, she don't even have that confidence. You can even see that she's not even confident in herself as a social worker. Sorry to say this. She's not even confident in that. I have to tell her, do you know that process, that things you're supposed to follow? Even you putting it in the lack review that
And she was very defensive with because she
you
didn't
want to
started this case. So it was what they told her. She was not putting what we said into her account.
You want to go for ICO. I was even telling her, did you even consider PLO? Why will you be telling them, go and get Lord, go and do this? All these things, when people are telling their story, we always say, na lie, no, they happen. This is reality. Because I'm comfortable to come on Mr. Professional, but this person, I can only call her professional storyteller. And now, because now they're suggesting court now, you know what it's going to take when they get to court. This is exactly what happened in Belfast. And to not be taking ages. And she then are exposed to professional storyteller.
Joyful. Under Section 20, can you withdraw consent? You can.
But if they withdraw, they will now say that, oh, they want to you know how they will put the story.
Yes,
Mama.
that was
They'll
what
say you're not
Aru was even
cooperating.
like
They'll say you're not
hammering on.
working with them, and they will use
Yes.
other.
We have another person here from Liverpool again. How many months, Liverpool? How many months you have been with them now?
Good evening, sir. This 7 months now.
Liverpool
Since
also.
last year. Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. It is 7 months now. They took my children. I just listened to the other Liverpool now. The same issues with me, but they went the next day. They went to the hospital. There's no mark there. You know, I won't lie to you that it was an old mark. This boy sustained from Nigeria. The doctor said it's undeterminable, that you can't determine what that mark is all about. That it could be accidental, it could be as a result of beating. So they don't know what the mark is. They said it's 12 inches mark, which he sustained back home. It was a scratch from his bicycle pedal when he was riding the bicycle. So since then, they've been dragging me. Now we've gone to the courts. This case supposed to end since November 29th. They didn't see much evidence. They're now sending people to telling my independent social worker to come and tell me to accept. I say, accept what? I don't beat my children. I can't accept what did not happen. So they've sent many people to come and tell me to accept. I said, I'm not accepting. They then say they're going for fact finding. I say, go ahead, go and get your facts. Now they don't have fact. My 10-year-old daughter has granted interview with the police, and she said, my family is a lovely family. My parents don't beat us. So they want that girl to say the same thing. It was my son that made a disclosure in school that he was being beaten at home. So they went to the primary school. They took the remaining 2 girls and my 3 children from me. So the girl is not, what the girl is saying is not aligning with what the boy is saying. Do you know that when we're supposed to end this court case on the 29th, they didn't get more evidence. They then lied. The the children guidance said, oh, that my daughter says she wants to see the police again, that there was something she wanted to say to the police that she couldn't say. Imagine that 10-year-old girl. What does she know about the police? But okay, the judge told him to go back. They gave us 17th of January. That was it 2 days ago or a few days ago for the girl to see the police. Do you know that it was on the 8th of January they took this girl to the police? Do you know when they got to the police? This girl didn't say anything because my lawyer sent the transcript of what happened in the interview place. Even when they told my daughter that you requested to see the police, my daughter said no. She never said that. This boy made a disclosure in school. They didn't even bother coming to my house. They called us. I was surprised. I say, such didn't happen. This boy went to school to tell them that because I seized this phone from him. I had to run to the school. I said, what's happening? Is it okay? We don't beat these children. Maybe because I went to the school to know what was really happening. That was why the children never returned up till now.
Now, what did they say the boy said he doesn't want to do according to his faith now?
Under their care now, 6 months after that, the boy said he's no more a Christian, that he's now an atheist. That is what is, I don't know. That is what is. And even the meeting we had today, we say we don't want to talk about that. Let's come out of this case first before we start. I know they're afraid as well because this happened within 5 months, 6 months under their custody. Me as a mother, I don't even know what an atheist is. Where is he getting this from?
When you go for contact, why did they remove the boy 10 minutes before the closing time?
Because they know that we normally pray. During contact, we have 1 hour contact. So towards 10 minutes of going, we normally pray. So they are not even allowing the boy to have contact with us. We stayed for 3 months. We didn't see our son. So eventually, when we complained, they brought this boy on the 7th of January this year, 2025. When he came, they took him out because they knew that it was time for the prayer. So when they brought him again, maybe they told him that, oh, your parents always pray with your sisters. Are you comfortable with that? The boy said no. Do you know this boy walked out on us because we asked him, did you go to church on Sunday? He walked out on us because they didn't want him to pray with us. So is really a very traumatic situation. We don't want to talk about that. We've warned them that we don't want to talk about his belief now. We don't want him to say it to the social services. We don't want him to say it to the sisters until let's come out of this case. Let's come out of this mess first before we know what to do.
This is Liverpool again, though. Because
they didn't they didn't see any mark on these children. They just took these children. Immediately this boy made a disclosure. He is in secondary school. They asked him if he has siblings. He said yes. They ran to school. Do you know why I'm angry?
Liverpool.
Yeah,
wait a minute.
yes,
someone is talking on the TikTok. Mommy
okay.
Right.
Okay, there's something that we need to understand. When a child or anybody opens their mouth to say something, they are going to accept it. Now, the boy says he doesn't want to be a Christian again, he wants to be an atheist. Where the boy is living, the foster parent, maybe the foster parent is not even a Christian. Maybe the foster parent is a Christian, but the foster parents will not force the boy to go back to being a Christian. And the foster It's not going to help you to support the boy to change his mind to be a Christian. So what the boy have decided that he wants to be, the unfortunate thing is that he's out of your care, where you pray, where you that Jesus to speak with him. Now he's now in an environment where prayer does not take place, where going to church on Sunday is not compulsory, and he has made his mind up to be an what the boy is, that he can make that kind of mind. And if he's been a child that has been brought up in a Christian home from birth, and let's say that it's up to that age that he can talk and he's known Jesus Christ to that age, and then see an opportunity to live outside home for in 6 months and then change his religion to atheist or atheism, then you know that then there's something that you need to deal with now, which is very, very important, because then you don't want him to go out of the religion that you brought him up with. But the foster parent would not tell him to be a Christian if he says he doesn't want to be a Christian. If he says that, oh, my mom prays when she comes for contact, when she's going, and I don't want to be a Christian, I don't want to pray, the foster will not force him to say, stay there and pray. So it is what your child has said he wants to be, and that is what, because there's what they call, well, he's got freedom of his religious rights. So that is where they're going to come. They're not going to say that, oh, he's a small child now, his parents are born again, he should be a Christian, he should be a born again.
Now,
that's just where I want
now to the professionals now, when we are advocating for it should be culturally faith match background as much as possible, and our people are not having opportunity to be fostering, where are we? What can we do? Because ordinarily, if that boy is culturally match or faith match, probably that might have not come into place. But our people are not getting. Go ahead, Mama.
Yes, our people are not into fostering a lot.
Yes.
Because of the criteria to be a foster. In 2005, I did what is this thing called? You know, like when somebody wants to take a child, and then you need a guarantor to come and sign, and then so that then I will be the one that knows the character reference. Yes, for someone that wants to take a child to foster is our niece, because the mom is her sister, and she went into mental health, but she then had to take. She didn't want the child to go into care, so she said she would take the child. So I, myself, and my husband signed and stood. It is a lot of requirements, because you yourself, you will have to be very, very careful, because you don't want to be in trouble, because you're as good as the mother. And sometimes people don't want to take children because they don't even want to have it. And our people don't do fostering. And I think to be a foster or anything, you have to go through some process. So we don't have a lot of us. Be in London, might get a lot, but I think outside London you wouldn't get. And if a social worker is going to place a child, they're not going to start looking for cultural background. They're just looking for who is the foster available. When I was going to place 4 children from the same parent, it was different fosters and different social workers and different places. From Bedford, the youngest was 19 weeks old then, and she had to go to, I think, Millbrook or somewhere. They were all scattered. So by the time you are looking for fostering, you are looking for who is available to take the child at the time you need it. You're not looking for cultural background, and you won't even get a lot of us taking them. So fostering. So that is where the problem is. But the in thing is that if we can prevent it from the beginning, then we won't be in a position of where is my child going to go to, or who is going to foster my child. So
thank you very much. I've got somebody that wants to contribute. Unique, go ahead. Unique from Zoom. Unique, contribute. Take a mic.
All right, thank you, Mr. Laleko. This is Coyote from Newsbro. You know him, you know me personally, so I won't give more. So I have personal experience with in quite a lot of this, and I'm sure you know the story, Mr. Laleko, Doctor. Rather. It's pathetic that this issue is still persisting in our community, but of course, there's always a way out. There is hope. There's this incident of the Liverpool I'm hearing. It's so sad to hear that religious issues have already been involved. But again, my question first will be, what kind of support is this family receiving? Who is giving them legal support? And of course, I know you're providing moral and social support in quotes for them. But from a standpoint of the law says that the charge needs to be placed. The primary interest should first be the cultural fit and the religious fit. You know, whatever the foster care arrangement would be, you have to consider the culture and then the religion of the kid of the child, which I believe in this particular instance it was not considered. But we're already where we are. So the only thing right now here is for you to be able to sit down and relax and then think of how you get out of the situation. You need to look at it takes a lot of wisdom to play the game with these guys. To be candid, is these guys really most times do not even want your kids to come back to you. That's the point. The whole idea in the first place is to take away these kids. They don't want to have these kids, and because there is a lot of economic benefits behind it for them. So it's now for you to really prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are fit to have those kids back in your household, and you'll be able to look after them. When people talk about Africans not wanting to come out to foster, foster is another next level. Let's talk about even someone who wants to. In my own case, for instance, I had 2 or 3 families who were willing to take over the kids at the time when we were having the issues, but they said they were going to do assessment and all of the process was lengthy and it was uncalled for, and it called a lot of criteria they had to look into and stuff like that, and flimsy excuses, looking at visa status, looking at the economic financial standing of the family. They were actually torchlighting a lot of details around this family. So at the end of the day, it didn't work. So if it had to happen to that level of to that extent, talking about people who wanted to assist on a one-on-one basis, how much more someone who would want to say, I want to provide fostering services. So a lot of details goes into it, and that's why Africans generally shy away from it, like one of the previous contributors said. So the most important thing is in the case of, okay, they said there is a disclosure, and that disclosure says the child is being beaten. So where is their evidence? The primary evidence is that the child has spoken. Yeah, but beyond the child has spoken, they need to corroborate that evidence, and which is why they were doing everything they could do within their power to find a mark. They went to the doctor. They did exactly the same thing for my kids. They did measurements. The first one they did, I believe the doctor, whoever it was their doctor, according to my submission. And the person said, okay, based on what the kids said, and based on what they are saying, he believed that, but there's a possibility that those marks were, the marks of abuse or whatever he called it on that particular report. But I insisted, and I said, well, they need to do another assessment, and that assessment needs to be with a professional, a dermatologist who has very, very good experience and history with caring for black skin. So it took them a while. They went forth and back and spoke about not being able to fund that exercise. And I told them, okay, well, even if you can't fund it, I will look for the money and I will pay you. You go and search for the dermatologist who has experience taking care of black skin and has a lot of, and eventually they pulled their feet, but they were able to find. And when they went and the person did all the report, did the assessment, it came back positive for us and negative for them, because it was a clear case of there was all the marks they were calling out as evidences. It was a no-brainer evidence. And then we went back to the table and said, okay, so what exactly is the code? Okay, is the disclosure of the child. Okay, what exactly is disclosure? I said being beaten or being shot. Okay, now I don't have any, I don't think, we do not think anything like that has happened as far as that we're concerned. However, if you feel you still have a concern, can we go in to talk about how we can mitigate the risk if you feel that there is a risk still? Okay, and then we went back to the drawing board and said, okay, how do you mitigate the risk? This is our family, this is our child, and what do we need to do? Okay, we feel so that we will feel safe that your kids are, so that we can know that the kids will be safe with you. We need to do a parenting assessment for you. So, okay, they went out to get an expert or consultant or whatever to do a parenting assessment to understand our knowledge of parenting and stuff like that, which they did. All of this happened because we had a black lawyer. We had a Nigerian lawyer who also supported and pushed for most of these things. So back to the point, some of the points which I believe Mr. Dr. Laleko will have mentioned, you need support from our indigenous people, mostly on this, because these our people in quotes on the other side mostly are doing this not for the benefit of anybody apart from their pockets mostly. So they will do everything within their power to ensure that that case is case. I can understand where there are cases of absolute abuse on the child. Nobody wants that, and the law does not want that. But the reality of the matter is that in most cases they are very biased in their judgment, in their assessment, in the actions they do, and you have to do everything within your power to ensure that you prove beyond reasonable that you are fit to take care of your kids. So we did the assessment. They did the assessment and said, okay, this parent, independent assessment. This parents they did not find anything wrong with our parenting style. Okay, however, we then went one step and said, okay, even if you feel, can we do a parenting course just to ensure, just to confirm to you that we are ready to learn new things if there is anything new that we need to learn. And then we went for a parenting course. We did one with Save the Women. We did one other with another independent body which they suggested. And at the end of the day, by God's grace, we started having contact back and stuff like that. To go to the glory, today we have our kids back. But it was a lengthy process, and it was a traumatic process for myself and my wife. I don't pray anybody goes through eventually again. So now the point is, you need to be calm. You need to take and assess it. What are the points they are making? In some instances, there are some things they say that is somewhat logical. But how do you find a way, whether through action or through what you say, through your argument, to really displace most of these their concerns? That's what we need to build, and that's the strategy to build a case to get your kids back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've made so much point there. Thank you so much. Now, this is a family that almost spent 7 months in their journey because they initially came to us, but unfortunately, police went to arrest them, and that's why they collected their phone. They could not get contact with us again. But thank God they were able to trace us back on. Is it on TikTok again? So we are back again on this
Facebook.
On Facebook. So thank God we are back again and almost get you to the end now. But they've suffered, they've paid the price, unfortunately. Our concern now is this new family that they just want to start the journey now. And with what Professor is saying here, it shouldn't have gone to lack review at all. There are better ways to handle this. So what can we do at this immediate stage? When the social worker has already said, oh, probably our bosses, because she might not have that too much voice, and what if they said they are going to court? What else? We go to court as well. But is there anything that can be done as an alternative going to court?
Doctor, just one thing, just in addition. When our case was decided in the courts, it was decided that our case didn't even need to come to court. It was supposed to be a case of supported family. They were supposed to support us at the worst case scenario.
But they
wasted the entire time doing all the nonsense they did. But within the 6 months, I know how much money they made throughout the process. Let's not talk about that. It's for another day. However, I think what we need to start doing as a community and as people coming from outside, doctor, you need to do this more often. You're already doing it anyway, is to see how you can start to push people to start asking for an assessment to be sure that to push them around asking for support. Because these guys don't want to talk about support most of the case. They just want to go straight to the custody. They do not want to talk about how do we support the family. If we feel, first and foremost, how do they determine this threshold? By the time you look at how the threshold that was assessed and it was judged to be above threshold or whatever it is, it doesn't make any sense. So wherever the assessment has been done, you need to be sure, we need to be able to push to the extent that this thing is not beyond the threshold. If the family just requires support, just require, okay, they do not know one or do this, or if you feel there's a risk, how can we work together to be security? That's the way it's supposed to be, and not just come and take away a child just because of whatever reasons that you have that may not be justifiable in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether you saw this report that came out recently from Corona. Is it Corona report? Baby girl, 2 years old, that died after council refused to provide temporary foster care. Are you aware of that case? Unique.
Yeah, I saw that it's a very, very sad case. In one other group I belong to, we did an assessment of that case, and that's the truth. You've been fighting this battle for years, and I know you talking about in some instances when we look at the figures of how much the council spends on care, children in care, versus how much they could have spent in supporting families. It's a far cry. But like we both know, it's economically motivated. So I don't know how much they will have spent, just a few thousands or less than that to just support that woman to be able to look after a kid. But then they decided to turn the other eye, and eventually it became fatal. It's a
And
very sad case.
when the child died, instead of trying to accept this wrongdoing, they still went ahead to allege or try to criminalize her that, oh, maybe she's not the mother of the child itself. They started digging into her immigration.
Exactly.
So, this case of this baby girl, 2 years old, that died now, how and when will we be making reference of it? Unlike other ones that they say, oh, it's happened in the bedroom, they intentionally or something happened. So this case particularly needs to be going out, because they will say, oh, when you are struggling, you can call social work, social services. They are there to help, even if you are low recourse to public fund or this. All these things where the system is failing, as much as we are empowering our community, who is going to be telling it to the faces of the system that are failing? And all of us as well, we are running away from being a political power. If we ask Mommy Bembase now, when will she be the leader of the council? When will she be councillor? Our job might not allow that. When will she go for MP, member of parliament? Mommy Star, when will you come out for member of parliament? Mommy Star. Okay, if Mommy Star did not want to answer, Mommy Joyful, when will you be member of parliament?
No, sir, not by plan.
But it's a decision. We need you for decision making, because
We
the
need people
policy,
in the circle of influence a lot. Yeah,
the
we
policy,
need people.
the policy. Mommy Joyful, should we come and campaign for you? Ìgbà wo ni ká wá campaign fún yín torí Ọlọ́run, ìyá mi ẹrú Ọlọ́run. Ẹnu ẹ jẹ́ leader of the council torí Ọlọ́run. Ẹ wà ní ẹ jẹ́ executive member for children's services. Ẹ jẹ́ minister for children's secretary of state for children and adults, àbí kí la máa pè é? And adult social care, or secretary of state for health. Mommy
I believe
Bembase,
if we have more voice in the minority from a party structure, I don't know, you can belong to any party you want. We need people who
any
can do a
party,
lot of lobbying at the
yes.
grassroots. Just belong to any party and be active. When they go for council meetings or whatever political, you are there, you are seen somehow. So you don't have to be always active, but at least you have a voice. That will speak a lot of volume, and then we can always come together as a team. If we lobby from party A as a minority, you lobby from party B, and you're speaking the same thing, you keep speaking the same thing, defending the same front. At the end of the day, they will know that, yeah, these guys are actually, they mean what this thing they are talking about needs to be looked into properly. And
Mommy Bembase, sorry, help us ask Daddy Bembase, when will he be member of parliament? When will he come out? We can help it, give mic to him. I know when we need to hear his voice. We will be talking here, we only hear.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, he's been listening to me. He's been with me, and he's been listening. We actually was just telling me about because he's a children's social worker, so he was telling me about one of the children today that he had used the social work tool or something. I don't know if they are wrong. So I'll just let him explain to you, and that will explain to my people that there are different ways that social worker would start a conversation with a child, and the child will disclose so many things. So I'll just let him explain to you now.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Good evening, house. Good evening, everyone. It's been a pleasure again. Just like Mommy Bembika Friday said, just like I'm having a direct walk with a child I'm working with in the school. So there's a kind of bereavement in the family. So the child happens to be someone I've built a relationship with. So we normally see the child twice in a week. So this particular child, when I finish my section with him, we come about having something like using the social work tool to like a review of what we have discussed about. So, and I just decided to just like what we like to say about that. So on the social work tool, there are quite a lot of adjectives there to describe what a dad is. Is it nice? Is it caring? So at the last bit of it, the boy just put a circle to two things, which I was like, oh, I now asked him the question that why did you circle? Yeah, that is annoying. So when he now said that, so I now like, oh, really, you've been saying something good about dad. All this while that dad is good, dad is caring, dad is loving. Why did you just come about that? It's annoying. And he just said to me, what really happened is when we went on holiday to Tunisia in January, we were just throwing everything everywhere. I said, why is he throwing things about everywhere? What was he throwing about? He said, Dad was just throwing all the bags because he was looking for his shaver. I said, really, shaver? To shave his beard. So he said, Dad couldn't find the shaver. So Dad was just like, he was just going everywhere. We're just throwing, checking all the bags, searching everything, shouting at Mom. So the next thing Mom just said to me that, can you just please go to the balcony area just to break away from there? So I saw my dad in another direction that day. I said, really? So I now said that, did dad really calm down afterward? He said, hey, he did. But he now asked me that, then, is there any big deal about that? Just buying another shaver rather than him just throwing things all about? And I said, well, you've said it all. Sometimes, some action that we take, we don't tend to think about the consequence or things like that. Probably that, you've never seen that in that way, but that it's like be surprised that you couldn't find the shaver. But you rightly said the right thing that I should have done. And I said, well, I've seen him in that way, so probably I don't even think I'm going to see him in that way again, because other than that, and I asked him that, has he ever behaved such in a rational way? He said, no, he's so very, it's very caring. So invariably, what I'm saying is like I said, I only brought out the tool for him to say what we would like to say about that. So there are quite a lot of words that are written in there. So he went on to that. Yes, I need to do that. So when anything happens, a child will come out straight away. And another thing, because I work in the school environment is more like a safe place for these children. They feel so comfortable because the way the atmosphere is very calm, is very peaceful for them. So they were able to express themselves compared to what they are like at home. Sometimes at home, there might be some restriction from our children, but at school, they give them all the freedom. When the child mention about something, the teacher will want to ask further. Oh, what do you mean by that? How did that happen? So, you know what children are like? They will start saying this, they will start saying that. And from there, that's where all this thing comes out from. So anything beating up a child, yes, a child would definitely say, because they believe they're in a safe place. They see their teacher, because if you look at the amount of time they spend in school, they spend most of their time in school compared to how much the amount of time they spend with us at home. So anytime anything goes wrong at home, the main thing is if can be an avoidance of anything like that happen. If you talk to a child that a child have done wrong, you speak to that child not in a way that will bring the child down. It's very difficult to see anything because this job is evidence-based. Once they see anything like a mark, like a sign of anything, definitely no teacher or whatever, because we have a safeguarding they have like a department here whereby they look after things like that. Straight away, it will go on the sea pumps straight away, and we'll pick it from there. And that child will be called, and that child will be spoken to. And with children, when they are in their safe environment, they are free to say things. So that is my submission. That's what I would just have to add to what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask one question. Maybe 2 years, is it 2 years or 3 years ago, they did the pilot testing whereby social workers are being allocated to schools. I don't know whether they have extended it across all the school now. Are you in one of those roles?
Yes, in a way, what's happened is like when there are major concerns in schools, they allocate us. Yes, they allocate us to some schools to do, because in every school we have a safeguarding lead of every school. There must be a safeguarding lead in every school. So in that respect, from the local authority, you can be asked if there is a concern. Yes, so if there's a concern or that is coming, regularly about a particular school, they might ask you to go and work with them just to make sure, or to do some findings to see what is really going on. Maybe they are doing things right. So you check their policy, you check things which are going well and which are not going well, probably where they need to put an adjustment to things. So for things like that not to reoccur and to rehappen. And majorly, what local authority is particularly about, there are quite a lot of probably, people miss schools and things like that. So attendance especially. So local authority does not take it, they don't take it lightly. They pay teachers, they want our children to be in school. So if there's any concern, they want you, because that's why they place fine on any absentees or anything that you cannot explain about. So you are quite right what you said, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. So because people need to start understanding that there are trained social worker experience in the school environment. There's this movie we watched, Shataji versus Norway. I always pass through one school often. Even in my children's school, the way the teacher will stay when you are dropping off, when you are bringing off, is quite different. But this particular school, when I pass through that school, it's just like that movie you are watching. The way those teachers said, "Oh, where's the assignment of the boy? Oh, I forgot of the dining." If you have watched that movie, every day I'm seeing those two people in that school, I was just laughing at, come on, okay. Anyway, just a
Please,
bit of
sorry, sir. Hello, sir.
Who is sorry me?
It's me, oh, sir. Please, before Daddy B goes, can I ask him a question, please?
Is that community 5?
Yes, sir.
I know you want to talk. Anyway.
No, I want to ask him a question before he goes, because he doesn't have much time with us here. Like, he does. Please, because I know
he has been with us from the beginning.
Okay, sir. Okay,
so
sir. Please let me ask him before he goes, please.
Okay, go ahead. Should I give her mic? Let me ask. If I'm going to give you mic, tell people on TikTok the likes you reach 20K is 16.5K now. So
Okulekon, please let me ask him this question, please, sir.
Just tell people that I should reach 20K. And
please, everybody, please let him reach 20K. I beg you in God's name, before I say my own story, but let me just ask him one question, sir, please.
And those of you on YouTube, please share, subscribe, put comment, put hashtag. If you know reporter, let reporter carry on, let blogger carry on. Okay, carry your question, come on. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening, sir. Please, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly, ma.
Yes, sir. Please, sir. No, please, sir, please. I just want to ask you, are there not students that tells false stories or give false allegations? Don't social worker realize that fact? I'm just asking. Even when the school tells you that maybe a child likes negative attention and most things that maybe in the past you have safeguarded, the school tells you another opposite story with email trails. Are there not students like that? Don't the social workers consider those things even when the children make allegations, sir?
Yes, ma'am. It's a question now. So therefore, some false allegation that some children comes up with. So in that respect, though, anything a child says, we will not say whether it's true or will not say whether it's false. So anything for a child, because we didn't, prompt the child to say things. So it's probably the child that comes forward to, because normally in a school, probably when they're having an assembly, so they will probably say, is there anybody touching you? Is there anybody doing this to you? Do you have anything to say? Do you have anybody? So some children will just walk up to probably any of the teacher. Excuse me, ma. They won't, or probably their friend. So, and they will start disclosing things like that. So anything that a child discloses, no social worker or probably no teacher or no designated safeguarding person will take it for granted because of the safety of that child.
Even when the child before has always made, like the school itself, one of the meetings has said that this child likes negative attention. The child lies and does things. That was earlier this year. And then don't they put that in consideration? Even when the parents work with the school, sees something, tells the school, and has gone to the school more than 20 times, and the school said it previously that this particular child likes negative attention. Is that not always put into consideration?
Yes. I said there is no doubt about what you have said. So
yes, sir.
Like I said, anything we had from a child that is like a disclosure that is not being taken into account, being it true, being it false, we have to record it. For a child to come to have said things, so we will still do the investigation. So it's within the investigation that will now make a decision that do we need to push this further or do we need to probably step this down.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and it can happen at, for a child to have come forward, to have come to say something, that child must have probably thought within himself or herself to like, oh, I need to come and say this. There are quite a lot of things that a child, that we as parents might not take as important as what a child is. Like one of the story that was being shared that a child was been taking not probably attending to his religious right. So probably at home, that child might have been being forced to probably participate or maybe to go to church with the parents. I'm not saying that a child should not be obliged to probably what the parents or what the religion the parents ask him or her to follow. But sometimes, these children, they have their mind of their own, which is in this country, they will say to you that you have to give them choice. That are you forcing them to do things? Even in school, there are some children that they don't want to stay in class. So, like they want to throw probably a kind of tantrum. So when they not because of that, say we want to expel them or anything like that. So because, like you rightly said, they seek attention. So they have a place where probably they have a therapy at that point in time. Because with children, they have their learning span. So the attention span for some children might not be up to that. So the teachers know individuals or probably the words which are under them. So when they know that this is happening, or for a child to have come forward, it means a lot to us within this profession. For a child to have come forward to come and say something, we will not take it or we will not put it aside because it's going to come back to you today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Mr. Please, sir, please don't go. Please, I beg you, don't go. Mr. Langleycon, please.
Hold on before you go. I heard something. Sister, hold on before you go. From what Ben have just said, that's in a true thing. When on shared this video 2 weeks ago, a referral came in and it was like the client were she put the side and she fell down. And then she was on the floor for 4 hours. Okay. And then when it came to me as on duty, I called them. The wife was telling me a different story.
The husband was telling her to say it was that the bruise is still there. So now they've said two different stories. When I called the provider said they told her the different story. By the time I went back to the duty social worker, which was on duty, I said, this case, I'm not taking it to section 42. And so they were not saying the truth. So that is where you will know if a child comes up to play. And maybe sometimes some children just say, well, I'm going to report my mom because she's not allowing me to do this, or she just took my phone. I'm just going to go and put my mom into trouble. By the time they gather information, they find out that there is no truth in it. They would not go further for a professional person, because you are then just going to work on lies, and it is not going to be fair, and it's just even a waste of time. So for me, when I had that case came in on for me on duty, and I recorded it in the case note. I spoke to the social worker that received the referral. He came to me for section 42 to the decision. I said, I'm not going to make any decision, and I'm just going to throw it away now, because the woman have said lie. The husband have said lie. I called one of the social workers that has worked with her before many years. He said the family is known to say poker taste, poker wanting, they call it in English. So at the end of the day, I could trade in an investigation, then it wouldn't come. And if a social worker gathers an investigation, by the time the social worker is gathering evidence, is gathering an inquiry, is doing everything, the next stage the social worker is going to take it to will be investigating. And by the time it comes to a senior partner to do that sharing of safeguarding, if what you are going to share, if there's no truth in it at all, then at that time you are not calling a meeting, because you cannot defend a lie. And at the end of the day, you can't to take it to court for an injunction. So I hope that professionals that are working fully, so that they gather evidence that are truth and not lies evidence.
Sorry, Ma, please, is that Mommy Bembe, please? Hello?
Yes, she's the one.
Okay. Ma, please don't go, Ma, please, Ma. Uncle Eko, please, can I quickly chip in my own now that she's still here? Because I've been asking of her since morning.
Hello.
Yeah, 1 minute before you chip in. So the Liverpool case, Mommy Joyful, have you got anything to say? Mommy Star, have you got anything to say before we move to?
I just wanted to add, just to say, finally, that children don't necessarily lie, but some children do tell tales. And when they tell tales, we do our own assessment and our investigation to substantiate if there's any risk. So it's the assessment that will inform our decision. So if a child, some children are known to school to fabricate information and to seek unnecessary attention, if they're known for that, then the school can give a report and say, sometimes this child does tell tales. So,
Ma, what in a situation the school has never given a report, even when you as a parent, most times, like, let me just say, since primary school, if I see something, I say something. Like when she was in primary school, she was watching some odd things. I was the one that told the school. Even the school did not know for them to work with me. When she got to secondary school,
Community 5.
Sorry, sir.
Community 5. Okay, start your story, but don't use more than 5 minutes maximum. I'm going to cut you short if you use more than that. And if I'm watching this, the like is not increasing, the view is not increasing, I will stop you. Right.
Okay, sir. Mommy B, please, are you there? And Mommy Joy, please, are you there, ma? Can you hear me, ma?
Everyone, they are all here. Continue.
Okay, ma. Good evening, ma. Please, I'm like, okay, my problem is, okay, my challenge at the moment, because I will accept my fault where I made the fault, but I'll just say it as it is. I have a 12-year-old daughter and a 7-year-old son. From the start, my 12-year-old daughter, I will say it because she's my flesh and blood, has been challenging. Bearing in mind, my husband that I married is British, is 76 years old. He has never been in any form of trouble or anything. He has children, he has grandchildren. He has always supported them, right? My daughter has always been challenging all the way since when we were in Nigeria. even to the fact that I didn't want to bring her at the point, but my siblings and everybody begged me to bring her and everything, which is always normal when you listen to family. From the day she got here, she has, because when she was in Nigeria, she didn't have access to a phone. She started watching pornography. When I saw that she started sharing pornography in a school Snapchat, I went to her primary school. She was in year 5 or year 6. I told the headmistress that this is what I'm going through, that I saw her and this is the proof. Please, can you refer it to the police so that they can educate her on this kind of thing, as we have only spent 2 years here on this kind of thing and the hazard and everything, which my
You have not spent 2 years, so you didn't spend 2 years, so.
no, don't that time. I'm saying now that we have just spent 2 years, sir.
Okay.
Yes. So like I disclosed to the school that this is the problem I'm going through. She's sending it on school, this thing. I'm seeing some people responding to her that stop flirting, stop doing this, everything. They had a school Snapchat in primary school. I disclosed it. Myself and my husband took her to the police and they educated her on it. When she got to secondary school, she got worse. Her behavior, everything. I was always emailing the school. There was a day she went to tell the school she had water infection, which was false. I developed communication with the head of year. I always told them when something is wrong. I even developed a pastoral plan. Because of it, my husband decided that she goes to a Catholic school here. So we developed a pastoral plan for her to be bringing things home, like so that we are seeing what she's doing every day and we'll be able to work with the school. She will come home, she will tell us, somebody hit her in the bus, everything. We'll ask for CCTV footage. The school might say they don't have. They will give a report that what happened is not what she told us and everything, with email proofs that I've sent to Mr. Lekon and any other person that cares to have it, like with email proofs. She will go to school, she will fight, she will do all sorts. Immediately, my husband will go and pick her up. He's as good as her granddad. He does everything that pleases them. He registered her in air cadet. He did the boy to different things. He dedicated all his life for her. On my birthday, in October, she opened Snapchat and Instagram and TikTok with my husband's details. Safeguarded it immediately. I went to her school because some of her friends on Snapchat told me that she's even on TikTok. I saw a few number of girls, pictures and everything, and she was chatting with different people. There's a game, I don't know if you know about it, Roblox, where there are so much pedophiles. I
Yes,
blocked her on it.
Roblox.
Yes. I did parental guidance on it. I did different things. There's nothing I didn't do. I seized her phone, that only when she's going for the air cadet trip that she will have it, so that it's not like we are missing out, or she's missing out of, because sometimes they go far distance. Remembering that my husband is British. He has never had any criminal record. On the 3rd of December, my daughter, on my birthday, 34th birthday, she came to my room. She gave me a gift. She did everything. My younger sister was there and her husband. They came to see me. I now told her that, please, as you are going to school, because as my daughter is going to school every day, I'm filled with so much fear because I don't know the next call we might receive. Bearing in mind that my husband has always supported her, that please just leave her. She is part of teenage whatever, that just leave her and everything. And this man has offered, he has adopted, he wrote a letter of adoption. They were supposed to go to court. It's a straightforward adoption because I'm a single mother. They were supposed to be in court December 19th and everything. So she made a disclosure in school. My husband and my brother-in-law did not see her at home on my birthday night. They went to the school bus because he doesn't allow them to walk to school. He drops them at the school bus point, waits till the school bus comes, till she goes. Before she comes in the afternoon, he's waiting there to pick them. So he didn't see her. He said, so I was walking around the street. He said, don't walk around the street. I'll go and check her in school. On getting to school, he got there. He saw police vehicle. My husband was arrested because of her disclosure. And the school in October told us that she lies and she likes negative attention. The head of year told me in person, documented. I have emails. I have everything. My husband was arrested. She came home. I didn't tell her anything before God and man. On the 4th, she went for her VRL, which I followed her. After the 4th, on the 5th, she said she was fasting. I said, why are you fasting? She said, I'm fasting for my daddy, because they call my husband my daddy. I said, okay. On the 6th, on the same fourth night, she sent me a message that is Officer Lucy coming tomorrow. I said, why? She said, no, don't worry. That's what she told me. I said, okay. On the 8th, the police went to her school. She denied the allegation twice. So when she denied it, the police had to, the social service came to my house on the 4th. Sorry, please. On the 4th, the woman came in. And in my mind, I felt that this woman is after my children. As she came in, she asked that what is the relationship status between me and my husband, as my daughter has disclosed anything. I said at the moment, I'm not thinking about anything, truthfully, that I just want them to do investigation and the truth. And that is the same thing I reported in my VRI. I didn't know that word that I said is not on my mind now because I'm legally married, upset the social worker. On the 8th, she said that word, that immediately my daughter made the disclosure, I was supposed to say whether it's true or not, I'm supposed to leave my husband. I said, okay. On the 10th, she came to the house. My sister's son was in the house. He's 18 months. The Christmas tree my husband did in the house, the boy had already scattered it and everything. And my son was even shouting, this boy is doing this and everything. I couldn't be bothered to arrange it. We had already taken our family Christmas picture and everything before that day. So I packed it up. When the social worker came, she said, that this and that. She just said everything, that they just had a meeting and everything. On the 12th in the afternoon, I called. My son had a Christmas rehearsal. I called the school that what time should I pick him up? They said the social worker said they shouldn't pick him up. She brought me a letter at 1 o'clock saying I should get to court at 2 o'clock. When I got to court, I called a lawyer that I don't know, they gave me a list. The lawyer said, if I don't agree to them taking the children, they'll start investigating me, everything. The lawyer said they should take the children. I said, no problem. When they took the children, I was going for contact and everything. The student social worker said I whispered to my daughter. Before God and man, the girl came to me. She had an awful smell. The brother came to me that something is smelling like fish. So when the brother left, it was a supervised visit. My daughter now told me that, Mommy, I'm on my period. I didn't have my bath and everything. The student social worker asked me what she said. I said, this is what she said, but she doesn't want to say it before her brother, before it start taking a Mickey over that she's on her period. This woman documented it and said I was harassing, intimidating a witness. And I was arrested on the 6th of January. On the 6th of January, I was arrested, taken into custody and everything. The officer asked me in person that, what did you tell Komesi about me? The Lucy. I said, what do I know about you that I would tell Komesi? I said, I don't know anything about you. So they took me to custody and everything. And they said I would not have contact with my children till March. And this is a girl that from the onset, I've always worked with the school. I have email trace. I've never been negligent. My husband and we have never been negligent on our behavior. Even when I went to the school that she opened Snapchat, they should inform the police so they can educate her. They didn't till tomorrow. I just want to ask a question. Is it that the school doesn't realize when a child is, aside even that, I'm not stopping them from doing any form of investigation. As a matter of fact, I'm open. They can do whatever. But taking my children off me, now these roadblocks I blocked, the everything I blocked, I'm receiving a lot. She is on everything.
Exactly. That's what the problem is.
Everything. She's on everything. She's on everything. She walks to school at scale. She does everything. I'm seeing her class chat. I'm seeing what she's doing there and everything. She's on everything. The day she wanted to go and meet me, they bought her a phone. The foster mother that is an atheist, I am a Christian. The foster mother says she doesn't want trouble, that she should not bring the phone to me. Knowing that I've always had concern with these children. And I won't lie, when they told me in October, the school told me that she was always telling false story and everything. I'm a graduate of mass communication. I always write, I read and everything. I discovered a word called malingering, which I told the social worker that I don't know if they can help me. I don't know if she's suffering from malingering. They used it against me. I am always looking for help for my children. I have never eaten one thing one day, but they have never helped me. Rather, they are breaking me. I have email trays. I have everything. And that is my problem. Anywhere I am at fault, I'm open to anybody telling me. But at the moment, even I lost my job, I had to come to my younger sister in Southampton for just ease and peace of mind, because I discovered that anytime I'm at home in Durham, they called me one day that, is the house on mortgage or this thing? The student social worker called me, is he on mortgage or this thing? I said, no, it's paid for and everything. But when I'm at home, they want to come and intimidate me. But since I got here, I think I've found peace more and everything. Please, what can I do? I need help. Uncle Lekon has been of help, but I can't be bugging him every time. But I have done my best as a mother. I put in everything. I report everything I see. I bought a camera at that time for her, that if she goes to the computer room when she watches anything, I will see it. This girl goes to my room, myself and my husband, because he's elderly. He doesn't argue. So if I do anything before I go to work, he will just write it and put it under my pillow. So when I come back from work, I will see it. I saw some of the things my husband has written under a pillow. The student social worker was telling me she knows a lot. Why would she know a lot? I have a video evidence where she has gone to my bedroom to search for things. But nobody is listening from this angle. I'm not stopping the police from doing any form of investigation. On the 8th, this girl came home and told me that she told the police that she's not doing any tests. I called the police officer. I said, why is she not doing it? They say it's her body. She's entitled not to. And she went to tell them after that I stopped her from doing it, which I never. I have been like an open book. I will leave work, go to her school, book appointments, do everything. I asked the school for a character, whatever, and everything. Till tomorrow, they've not given me. And this is the predicament I am. I just said I should spill it out tonight. I'm open to being faulted, and I just need a way forward, because where she is, I don't want her to be one of those children that will end up tomorrow stabbing people. That is my greatest concern. That is my greatest concern. She's open to a lot.
Let's talk about it. Sister, let's talk about it. Okay? I mean, it's an opportunity for you to come and open your heart. Now, and then I would also give the other colleagues the opportunity to, shed any light on if there's anything that we can. The main thing now is that you are the only one that we can advise now. And the first thing in this is that you have to calm yourself down. Because at the end of the day, you're going to develop blood pressure. And by the time you have your high blood pressure and your child comes back and she's now becoming a good girl, then you have high blood pressure that you can't look after her again because you're looking after yourself. So you need to really, really calm down. Yeah? Now, is this your husband now? Is it the father of this child?
No, he's not the father of my children. He brought us from Nigeria.
Okay. Now, what I have said as a specialist, when I was a specialist camps practitioner, is that some teenagers don't settle with their parents and the man in the life of their mother, or vice versa. But mostly, if they've got their mom alone and they don't have their biological daddy with them, they struggle to settle with the other daddy. And that's part of what causes some children's behavior, and then causes what we call hatred to their mother. So some teenagers don't see what caused the issue between my mom and my dad. If it's bereavement, if it's behavior, if it's anything, divorce or separation, some children don't look in that way. But then they transfer the issue to their mother. Yeah, that is my mommy that's caused that. This person is not my dad. So the only way I can make life miserable, because from what you've explained, it's like your daughter wants to deal with you. If your daughter has made up her mind that she's going to be a bad girl, that impact on you, then she's going to take you. So she's going to school, she's saying all this, she's behaving this, at the time that she's doing all those behaviors, that you are gathering behaviors together, what you should have done, you should have spoken to your GP, or you do a self-referral to camps. Now, camps can help you with what we call emotional behavioral therapy. With that one, they can help to regulate our behaviors. Maybe they should have been able to speak to someone, like a therapist, psychologist, or someone that would, she will not open her mind. There's something that is making her to be angry.
And that's why I ran to the school, because I didn't have a clue of this, but everything my husband used to say, we should go to the school.
Yeah, sometimes the school, sometimes like the teachers, they are teachers. They don't have any other thing added to their qualification. So they are there to teach. So they might not be in the best position to do. Sometimes the school should have referred if she was having behaviors at school.
They even at a point, they gave her fixed time. Sorry, ma. They gave her fixed time exclusion. And at a point, they were beginning to think if this is the best place for her. But she said she liked the school. And, because my husband was a churchgoer, it was the priest that gave her, what do you call it? Sorry, ma, I just want to remember the name. A letter to get into that school, because it's a Catholic school, right? And this man always stand for her. Like, he will say no, that she's in the British, she's finding it hard to struggle. He used to make excuses for her because he has a granddaughter in the university that used to come home, not far from us, come home to lecture her. In fact, when she wanted to get to the air cadet, he got more than 4 referrals. She's the only black there from his family, the officers, for her to be in that place. For her to be there. And she has never met, like, she doesn't have, I've never been married. This is my first marriage. Okay. So it's not like she was with her father before.
Somewhere. Yeah, she has missed something somewhere. Because if she's got all those behaviors, there's something that is making her to trigger. So
yes,
which has been missed at the beginning, yeah? Okay, yes, now she's into fostering now, or she's in a foster place now, and now she's still having those behaviors. I understand that at that age she's not supposed to be on TikTok. I would expect that school would have reported being on TikTok, and I think that if it's a school that it's like my daughter's school, then the police would have come in, and then they would have
with other people's children, that they will be saying, send my picture to this, send my picture to that. That I showed the school proof, because she opened everything with my husband's detail. TikTok does not allow children under 13 or so. So she opened with my husband's detail, which I reported to the school. Most times when I leave at school like this, I'm always crying and sobbing. I will be in meeting for 3 hours. But the school did not make referral then.
She's in a care. She's in a fostering home now.
Yes, ma.
And then
interim care.
She needs to do what she wants to do, because she has not realized what she's doing before going to that place. Now she's got enough freedom to do that what she's doing now. The foster parent is not going to monitor her on phone and see whether she. They're not going to do that. So she will do what she's doing now. So the younger brother too, are they together in the same place?
Even as a matter of fact, the younger brother told me in one of the care that my sister spent time with the 11-year-old foster parent's mom in the room, and they would tell me that because I'm not going to Ekedet, or I did not knock, they'll be in the room alone and everything. So I think that's one of the things that triggered them, for them to criminalize me so that I don't see them, because the brother tells me a lot when I'm with them.
Okay, what the brother is telling you, you have to keep that, because then they would say that you are instigating information and you are the one propelling the younger brother to be telling you things. Yeah. What happens now is that they are in that place now.
Yes, ma'am.
You can do now is wait till when they say March. So if they come out in March, is it like, are they giving them back to you? But the behavior
they are not even. they are not, it's not like they are coming in March. We have another court sitting because adoption is involved. Like my husband wanted to adopt them, so they told my husband to come to court on the 30th on bail.
Yes. Hold on, let me understand it. Did she make a disclosure about alligating your husband?
Yes,
Was
ma'am.
the one that was alligated. So then that was even going to really bring a little hiccups about the adoption if he has already
Yes,
been.
ma'am.
Yeah. So that is where you should hang on. So if he's looking into adopting and there's an allegation that is existing, then, and if your child is the one saying all these negative things, don't forget that if there is no evidence, then it can't be proved. Because your child has not been assessed by anybody to say, a psychologist, to confirm that she tells lies. If you tell the school she tells lies, if you tell me as a social worker that she tells lies, I'm not going to accept that from you because I'm going to use that. I'm going to take that that you are using that as a self-defense.
So how does she get assessed?
But you're not seeing the risk.
You do a self-referral, but now that she's in fostering and if she's behaving like that, I would suggest that the foster parent should make a self-referral to CAMS. Maybe there is a trauma that she's been to that she needs to express. But
sorry, you were there in the meeting. Sorry, sir. Hello?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You were there in the meeting. What was the meeting like? The meeting we had last.
See, that was the first meeting I attended.
Yes.
That's what I mean. And like I've told you, holding them accountable is what matters. What is the local authority plan? Their current plan is to work with you for the children to be returned to you. And if that doesn't work, they should assess people you've put forward. Do you understand what I mean? Whatever that has happened, we need to work with what plan of work are they going to do with you? And are they returning the children? If they are not coming to you, they rather go to the family we've put forward. So these are the things we need to prioritize. And the next thing we ask you to do is to request for copy of IRS behavior chart report of your kids from school. We should have put that request. They've not treated or administered that. We are going to help you because you are the one that wrote that. If they didn't respond to you, I'm going to come back to you and I'll guide you what next to do. We can get that on your behalf once you sign the authorization letter. We will go through subject access requests with you. So what they are telling you now is what you need, how you need to calm down, how you need to look after yourself. And I keep on telling you this. So you need to hear from them. What do you need to do for the children to return back? Leave that for us. What you need to do to look after yourself for your mental well-being, to be stable, so that they won't come back and say you don't have capacity or you lack capacity again.
If you break down and you're
or if you break down
and they put you on sertraline and they put you on if once they put you on one depression medication, then they are putting yourself at the risk to say you cannot look after a child. And I tell you, your child will take advantage of any little mistake. And I hope I can say this while I'm not on my professional hat on now. You need to pray. Whether you're a Muslim or you're a Christian, or you are a atheist, or the other one, your child needs to return back to you. She's a girl. She's only 12 years old. You don't want to start dealing with that now. Yeah? You need to get your child. If you cannot get your child back by if you get it back with social services, that's physical, yeah? You need to get your child. Your child needs to love you. Your child needs to break down. There's maybe your child feels like, I just don't like my mom and I have to put her into trouble. So, like the case is already going on, and then Uncle Lekoi is aware of it. But prior to you meeting up, catching up, make sure you present yourself well and healthy. Because if you have one to break down mentally, then she can't look after the child. They can't release the child. Hopefully, but the child will come back. So that's year 8 or so. So she's still got a long way to live with you before she even decides that she's going to uni. So by the time your child comes back, you're prepared, and then you just have to work very well that your child comes to you. that experience you had, she's not also enjoying it there. I must tell you, forget about she's active on social media or roadblocks, everything. There is always a place, there is no place like home. The foster mother cannot be a mother. She didn't suck the foster mother's breast. So there's no that is making her feel like but that might not be expressed to you. So let the social services, LA people, let them do what they're going to do. Let them carry out what they want to do. Whoever is responsible for them to take over, or if they are returning them back to you, just keep calm and then just relax yourself. Please,
Okay, ma'am.
like, just give yourself into, okay, I'm happy to learn. I'm happy to learn. I would look forward to someone who can mentor me. I just need support. And then maybe you then minimize restrictions. Maybe that is what is making your daughter to trigger behavior. And also, if you wait till the decision in March, if your children, by the grace of God, they come to you, that's what I look forward to. Make the referral, or you make the referral now and just tell her that you're concerned about the behaviors, that maybe she can be open up to someone else. She's not open up to someone else in school. She doesn't open up to me at home. She doesn't open up to a stepdad or my siblings. Or maybe if she sees a professional, she's just 12 years old. 16 years. If I use children's tool for her, she will tell me everything. So likewise, someone who works with mental health children's mental health, we use the same tool and she will divulge everything. So that might even help her as well. And maybe there has been a trauma in place where she has not been. And all these people that she's on with on TikTok and everything, I understand that you can't take the phone off them. That's something that the police will say. The police is not allowed to take, you are not allowed to take their phone off them. And all this parental guidance as well. I don't know if you can put that on a phone.
I have everything on them. I have everything on them. Everything. And that's why she went to start using my husband's details because he is freer, is elderly, like I mean, is freer and everything. So he just allows them to do like what as long as they are not leaving the house.
Yeah. Okay, on the other hand, we still have to be careful with our measures because we don't want her to be extremely lost into the society. So we're going to manage her carefully. So in some situations, we'll have to compromise. In some situations, you have to a little bit tough. In some situations, you just have to let go because you don't want her to say, well, I'm going to go and learn it from people who are wiser than me outside. And at that stage, you're risking so many things. I'll hold on now and just let my other colleagues.
Thank you very much. Oh, Community 6, you say you've got a question on Zoom. Do you want to unmute yourself, Community 6? Mr. Ade, now you be that. I change your name. Oh. Mr. Ade, are you there? Community 6.
Okay, sir.
Check.
Good
Is
evening,
it still
sir.
there?
Good evening, sir.
Yes, take a mic.
Okay.
Go ahead. Speak loud.
My question, yeah. My question is this. Sorry. Yeah, something happened yesterday because my children just returned home after they've been away with foster care for some time. But the court has done the final decision for a 6 months supervision. So 2 days ago, I was at work and my wife went to pick him at school. And she called me from work and said, my son said he doesn't want to go to that school again. There are some children that are harassing him and beating him, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he's only telling my wife because she's a trusted adult. So that my wife should call the social worker. So I told her, I said, hold on, let me get home. When I get home, I need to speak to him and know what is really the issue. So when I got home, I called him after a while. I said, let's have a discussion. So I said, let me speak with him. So I spoke with him. I said, what happened in school today? You said you had a bad day. What happened? So he said that there are some boys that are always harassing him, that they were kicking him. They were kicking him on the floor. They were doing this, that. So I said, okay, fine. I said, who was there? Was there any teacher there? Who did you report to? And blah, blah, blah. So he said that it was when they were going for meal, that it was only a teacher that was available. I said, what did the teacher say? She said she just told them that they should be unkind. I said, why did she say that? Did she take any other further action? He said no. I said, okay, no problem. That's fine. Don't worry, we'll look at it. I'll look at what we can do. So the following day, I was go to work. So I told the mom, I said, I've spoken with this boy because she went to work overnight. So when she came in the morning, I said, okay, I've already prepared them for school. So I said, when you get to school, try and meet with the teacher and let him know what he has said so that we can know what next to do, because we need to avoid this kind of he said. So she got to school, she informed them in school. So when she wanted to pick him yesterday in the afternoon, the teacher now came out because she didn't see the teacher in the morning, but she told those that were at the gates. So those ones said, do we know the names of these students and the pupils, that they will also do their own investigation? So in the afternoon, when she wanted to pick the boy, the teacher himself was outside. So he now spoke with her. He now said, yeah, I learned you wanted to see me in the morning, that he heard what the complaint was, that he has also done me some investigation, and that he discovered that what my son said wasn't the true picture, that it was him that first of all attacked those boys, not them first of all attacking him. They have called those children and they've asked him, blah, blah. So while he was talking, so my son was in front of the mother, was telling the teacher that no, that's not what happened. But teacher was saying, shut up. You don't interrupt me when I'm talking. So they were having that talk. So when I came back, I asked, what happened? The mother told me this was what the teacher said. That the teacher said it was him that first of all attacked these people before they too now attack them. So I said, okay. I said, boy, Emmanuel, this is what you told us. He said, my dad, they were the one that first of all attacked me. Now, that's case, because today I had to now say, okay, if that is the case, I left work today on time. I said I wanted to see the teacher to really know what is really going on. But when I went to see him, so he told me they were having a staff meeting, that maybe I could come and see him on Friday, so we can have an extensive talk. So that kind of issue now, I want to know, how do I manage that situation? That's my first question. Because we are still on supervision for 6 months. So and 1 month is going now. So but I don't want something that will linger or cause more problem. So how do we handle this? Because the teacher was saying what he is recommending is that maybe the boy needs to be assessed, that is
Can I say
thinking
something?
and ADHD. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, good. This same situation you found. My kids were also on supervision for 6 months, and I think I had a similar situation like this. One thing I will always tell people, even if you were never involved in social service or children's services matter, as related to issues like this, we need to make sure that we are seen as protecting our children. So if your child makes a disclosure at home, what you have done is right to go and attend to it in school and seek clarification. When you seek clarification and there is a discrepancy between what the school is saying and what and what the child is saying, you will need to, I think what is next you need to do is you need to document this. And documenting means sending mail to them and reiterating the point that the child and informing them that the child insists that this is what happened, as against the account and the record that the teacher has given. And so in the nearest future, if there is going to be an issue, you have seen to have protected your child's interest. You need to also be seen to be able to trust your child because you are in a period of integrating this child back into your house. You also would not, it would not be nice if you are completely discarding whatever the child is. In some instances, children are taken away because we did not take notice of a lot of things at the beginning. When the child is being reported repeatedly by school, saying the child has done this, has done that, done that, sometimes it's not there are signals that we need to have nipped in the mud before it gets too far. So in this case now, what I would advise you do is, in as much as your child insists that this is what has happened, and you can trust your child, I believe you should trust your child. You should stay on your point, document it, and let it be clear. And then, of course, hopefully this does not repeat itself. And if there's any repeat of this, then you need to take it up properly, and you need to take it to the last end. You need to be seen to be on your side, on the side of your child, in as much as possible, because on the other side, too, if a child makes a disclosure, whether it is true or not, they will not take it lightly. So that is my submission for now.
Because the first time when they took my son away, my children away, was because they said he made a disclosure in school, and that was the reason why the school had to call social worker
So it's the
initially.
same logic you need to use for them. If the child made a disclosure and the child told you this and you believe it, the same child is telling me this another thing, and is still insisting on the same point. Why are you not
Exactly.
believing that child? So you need to
Exactly.
use their weapon against them
Yeah.
and
All right.
documents.
Thank you.
Please remember to always document. Put it in a mail,
Okay.
send it to school. If you have to print it out and submit it officially at the admin block, submit it.
Okay. All
And
right. Thank you,
also,
ma'am.
before you send the email, let somebody help you read through, because so that you will not be too emotional, you will be on point,
Exactly.
and be objective for clarity, because
Oh,
you want a safe environment for your child, and they need to ensure this. So, but you can talk later, Sha, and we are one family. Mommy Ben Base, are you there, ma?
Yes, just quickly, sir. And also, my brother, if you still not feel comfortable about what the school is saying, have you met with the head teacher? And also, you can also go for that. You can email education board and tell them this is your concern about this and this about the school. So don't leave any information if you can, because you need to always protect yourself. Because if that was you that did something to your child, social service will protect you. So if school is failing in that aspect, then you need to find a way to cover your back. Yeah. So if the head teacher is not involved, or the school lead is not involved, safeguarding lead is not involved, pastoral team is not involved, they can write an email to education services. Someone will pick it up somewhere. In any case, go to your citizen advice bureau. I want to ask for an advice.
the question is, do I need to inform the social worker?
Yeah, you can tell them, my child is feeling unsafe at home. My child is feeling constantly talking about this, and I don't want it to impact on my child's mental health. So I need support so that I can be able to support my child. And I don't like the way it's affecting my child's concentration at school. And my child takes what happens at school home. So you need to protect your child in a way that depicts that you have a feeling for your child, and your child is the center of this. So I'm very sure that by the time you go around 2 or 3 places, you will get support. And then you have those evidence to back yourself up if they come up for something later. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Thank
Hold
you
on,
very much.
go ahead. Your question. If
Yes,
anybody
thank
has
you.
question from TikTok, please put it on chat. If you want us to bring you up, we can bring you up. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So the question is for Mommy B and Mommy Star and Mommy Joyful and every other professional or anyone in the house regarding community 5 that she had spoken about her daughter. So the what I wanted to ask is the way she has explained, the issue with the daughter, is it not still an issue to the social workers? Wouldn't they still feel that, oh, you're not being protective of the child, or you're taking sides with your husband, or you're taking, because like I see most times when you're trying to explain like that a child has a certain issue, they are saying it as if you're not having the child's best interest at heart, or you're not protecting the child. You believe your husband more, or you believe whoever more than you're believing your child, and that you're not giving her like a sense of attention. This Roblox that she mentioned actually is an issue as well. Like, it's something they're even supposed to look into. My child came into the country less than a month. She got into school. The students at school introduced Roblox, started using Roblox, and maybe because I'm usually very right from back from home, like she wouldn't even just go through. I would go through everything on her phone. Like, I just pick up her phone and then I'm going through everything. So one of the visits to my aunt, I had picked up her phone and gone through, everything, like her phone. And then I see games. I'm like, where did you get this game? So friends from school. And then I wanted to pick her phone. I saw she was begging me not to look at her phone. Why are you begging me not to look at your phone? Then I want to look at your phone. What is wrong? And then I picked the phone. And then I'm going through. So it's a game app. These children are playing games. But then on this app, there are chats, like they can chat. And there are a lot of pedophiles on Roblox. There are people that are saying different things. There are people from different countries that you don't even know. And then I'm seeing friend requests. I'm saying requests from somebody saying, oh, I'm 17, I'm this. Would you want to? And I'm like, where is this from? He said, no. He's from our school. His friends in school that he said Roblox. And then she did not reply to any one of them. Yes, you've not responded to any one of them, but why didn't you tell me that there is anything like this on this app? Immediately I blocked the app and I seized her phone. I seized the phone. I got her the normal Nokia, the normal phone that is not smart, just to be able to reach her. Like, okay, so you'll be able to reach her in school and everything. Not because because that is my own way of dealing with issues like this, of disciplining a child. I wouldn't beat her, I wouldn't do this, but I'll try my best to ensure that I keep away from anything that would want to distract her. This is a country where children are open to a lot of things that is different from where we come from. And because these children where we come from, they are not exposed to these things, they want to explore, they want to just what is happening there, especially the curious ones. And since I took the phone from her and all of that, there was nothing. Like, she even stopped stressing that, oh, mommy, would you give me back? She even had to say, mommy, if you give me back my phone, I promise you no chat, no anything, no whatever, and all of that. And I said, no problem. She used that phone for a while. I was watching her. I kept watching all of her movements and everything, and nothing else had occurred until the removal. When the removal came into place, I had given her the phone. So I had to give her the phone like 2 days before. I gave her the phone 2 days before because I saw that she wasn't, looking into she wasn't staying back at school or chatting with anybody, or even, receiving any strange calls on the other phone. So I gave her the phone. I told her, I'm going to trust you, you know, I'm going to trust you that you're going to do the right thing. You're Christian, these things are just, I lectured that these things are just there to distract you. These children, they are not, I just lectured her on, sex education and everything. She's 12. So this is the stage where they are going into puberty. So hormones and everything would come into place. They are coming to a new place, they're exposed to different things in school. Children that are more exposed socially, where they come from, they're not. She wasn't using a phone. She only had a tab that was just for games. She wasn't on any social media or anything. So on coming here, and then the Roblox, she's not on TikTok, she's not anywhere. It's just the Roblox. And then it was introduced to her in school, from school. And then now she's going to the foster home. she has the phone. Now, these foster parents are not even going to look at, they're not checking their phones. They're not going to check what they are doing on the phone. They're not bothered. And if you raise it, there's nothing they will do about it. They say she has the right to the phone. Now I give my child a phone, and then you're buying the child another phone, another iPhone 14. Like, why are you giving a 12-year-old without telling me? I don't think that is right, because you're exposing these children to more. You should, like, there's a pace at which these things should be done. So I feel it's not right. And then if you're complaining, they feel like you're not helping the child, you're intimidating the child, or you're scaring the child, or you're not you're not making our freedom. That was the statement, that was the language they use. That you don't want us to have freedom of the social media space. I said freedom of social media space at 12. At 12 years old. I did not give my child an iPhone 14 for a reason. I think, like, these are the things they should. I don't know if there's any way, if it's. So I wanted to just
Now,
ask those two questions.
if that iPhone 14 gets spoiled or lost, about to come back to you, and it's demanding you to buy that iPhone 14, and you cannot afford it, what will happen?
Exactly. Even the mother, I'm not using. Even the mother, I just started using iPhone 14 which day. And then you're buying for a 12-year-old. Do you want them to feel like we are not doing enough for them? At the time they're
Sorry.
coming back, they feel like their
Well,
parents are not giving them the best life. So they don't even want to come back home at the end of the day. Or they come back home and start misbehaving.
You need to go ahead. I will, after you are.
yeah. So when you complain, did you complain about this to the social worker or to the directly to the foster parents that are looking after them?
About the
So
phone?
yes.
Yeah, I did mention. I even mentioned it to the solicitor. I even mentioned it to my solicitor that I wasn't happy with them getting a
Okay,
phone for her.
so one quick thing you need to, I think we also need to take note of when it comes to issues like this is when you are signing the documents. I can't remember the name now. Doctor, please remember.
Section
There's
20.
one document you sign that talks
Section
about
20. Section
yes,
20.
yes, Section 20. You sign that document and you actually sign that you are sharing the parental authority over the kids. In
And
other
I
words, when
say something before you go further, sir.
yeah,
The,
go ahead.
you know the way it was so serious in our area before we started the campaign.
I know now.
When they remove children. Now, if the day they come to you, I thank God it was not your wife that signed Section 20, it was you, I remember. Because if it's a woman that is at home, some men will say, oh, why did you sign it? You should have not signed it. If you don't sign it that day, what do you think will happen? What did they tell you if you don't sign it? And even before you sign it, how did they make you to sign it? That's Section 20.
Under duress
I
with
want our
police.
professional,
It's under
I want our
duress,
professional,
exactly.
I want our professional
Yeah.
to hear how social worker make people to sign Section 20.
So
Explain.
for me,
Go
I
ahead.
think it's important. It's important you start to invoke the rights that you have as a parent. So
But,
in as much as
but
they do
even
not have the
sorry,
excuse.
sir, even the Section 20, I didn't sign, but they went to court and court granted them court granted EPO
Care
before the
order.
ICO.
Care order.
Yes.
Yeah,
Care
so
order.
when they granted them that and then they took the custody, at some point there will be some other document you sign. They talk about decision about taking them to see dentist,
I have never
the
signed any
GP.
other documents with aside
Then
that
then
first
you
document.
need to invoke that. No matter what, even if there's an IPO by courts, the court and the government does not have 100% right over the child. You are supposed to share equal right over these children. So there are certain decisions you need to go back and ask them. There are certain decisions they need to take or if they are going to take that decision, they need to inform you. They cannot just be taking decisions without your knowledge and consent or completely. You cannot be blank to this at this point.
Unique. Because we are
Yes, please.
on the two crossroad now. If social worker gets involved in people's life and they offer Section 20, do you sign or you don't sign? Or if you sign, will it be a sign of cooperativeness? Or if you sign, that is a time that you lost a lot of things. On the day they want you to sign, when they came to your house, how many police, how many social worker, and what did they tell you for you to sign?
Anyways, there were about 3 police officers or more, 4 thereabouts, and one social worker. Okay, 2 social workers, and that was it. And then it was a case of, if you don't sign, we will still take these children,
Exactly.
and
That's what they
you,
say.
you might not have any right or stuff like that. So they usually would intimidate you and say all sorts of things, that is always best that you sign so that you are seen to have cooperated. But whether you sign or you do not sign, there are certain standard rules of engagement. You are supposed to still be accorded the respect as the biological father or parent of those children. Certain decisions should not be taken exclusively by the professionals. They need to engage you, even if they are not going to have you take that decision because the kids are not in your custody. They need to pre-inform you about certain things. There were times where the kids were sick, and you need to know that the kids are sick. Someone needs to inform you. They want to take them to the dentist or they need to inform you. There are certain decisions that need to go through you, even if they have to want to take the action. Whether to sign or to sign, it's a two-way case. It depends on the situation, depends on the type of professionals you're working with. In most instances, maybe it's not even good to. Maybe you don't need to sign, especially when there is really no threshold. You can be sure that you can prove that the threshold cannot be met. Because the rule is, they'll tell you, if you don't sign, you are showing that you do not want to cooperate with us. That's the line they use most of the time, and that's not completely true, especially for people that have not had this kind of experience before. You don't know what you're signing, and ideally, you should not be signing a document without engaging your legal representative to understand the context. So ideally, I would advise that not to sign. You can tell them, before, I would love to sign any document, but before I sign any document, I would like to consult my legal advisor.
Thank you. Mommy Ben Base, you were
Yeah, something like that happened
hold,
during our case. We
I
went
was
to
just
court
going to say
without
to
section
say
20.
the
hold,
uncle have just
hold
said
on,
that
hold on,
the
please.
men
Committee
Section
6, hold
20.
on, please. Hold on. Committee 6 on Zoom. Hold on. Mommy Ben Base, take the mic, ma.
I want the uncle have just said now that even though they want you to sign, I'm sure they're not going to be at a gunpoint. You can always say that you need time to read, to process and assimilate it for you to sign it. But you cannot you are not at this stage now, you cannot say you've read, understand, because there's what we call mental capacity assessment. So you don't have the mental capacity at this time to read, weigh information, communicate, and understand it. So you can use that as a leeway to give yourself a breathing space to gather yourself, like he said, to contact a legal advisor, even be able for you to even reset your brain to what you are signing. Yeah, so that is another thing. Now, the foster parent that got your child iPhone 14, it might be that the phone that you got your child, maybe your child might have been feeling low self-esteem, might be feeling low inferior using that phone with her friends. And that is part of what we would call part of a mental health that can affect a child. So maybe the first parent would look at it like, oh, you don't have a phone that is a smartphone. I can afford to get it. No, it wouldn't be the foster parent's money to buy it. It would be part of the money that government is giving her to do contract or to buy your child phone. Maybe it's your child that demanded that from her. And if
No,
she
no, no,
did,
no. She was using an iPhone XR. Nothing is wrong with the phone. She was using the XR and 14 together. When they gave her she was using iPhone XR. So I already given her the XR 2 days before the incident happened. When I saw that she was already cooperating, she wasn't, talking to anybody, any strange person. She already, promised me she wasn't going to do anything or play any game. So I gave her the XR back, the smartphone back before the incident, before the removal happened. So at the time the removal happened, she had the smartphone on her, the XR, but it was guarded. Like I have, like I all the like anything she does on it, I check her screen time. I have rules like she and
Hold
everything.
your fair. Hold your fair.
Sir.
determines your
Hold,
child's behavior.
hold on, hold on.
Whether your child is doing, yeah.
Mommy Ben Base. In the community we are, when we look at socio-economic status, if a child has been at home and is still coming back home, and ordinary parent cannot afford something like this, but within weeks, when a child goes to care and foster parents offer this, that child will not know where the money is coming from. Will not know where even in the African community now, they were saying that when a man is giving something to children through mommy, the child needs to know that daddy is contributing, because it's affecting a lot of things that a child would think, oh, daddy is not involving. But now that child goes to care, was able to get iPhone 14 within that short time. There are peers that will also have got that iPhone 14, and the child will say, how did you get it? Oh, my foster parent. Really? The following week, if something happened, how do we stop this? Because you say, oh, the child wants it. The child wants to be happy. The child needs to be supported.
The foster parent is not going to help you do what you do for your child at home. A foster parent is alabato. A foster parent is not going to itemize all these things that you are saying that my child is too young to have iPhone 14. The discipline that your child misses at home, she's not going to get it in a foster parent home.
Kọ́lọ́mọ já ẹ̀ ṣe má lè ká ṣayé gbé ẹ lọ́mọ lọ, má lè kọ́ mọ́ kó làákàtà ẹ.
If you give your child 3310 at home, that is what you can afford.
Ó jábọ́ kó fọ̀.
Yeah. But if your child goes to a more better place, the foster parents wants to have rest of mind though.
Exactly, that's what they are doing. They want to have rest of mind, so they just carry big phone, give you, oh yeah, shall go, because nothing was wrong with her phone. She didn't complain. She even said to me she didn't even expect that. Nothing was wrong with her phone. Mommy, I don't know why they gave me this one.
Nothing needs to be wrong with her phone. She just needs to be trendy.
They will even say from the disclosure that child must have passed through some trauma and they need some support.
Look, I work in the children's hospital as bank. A child came into the hospital from A&E. She stays in the foster care. She's 13 years old. She sneaked out of the night, got picked up by the boys at the bus station, messed her up, bleeding, and came to the hospital. Now, when the foster parents realized that she was not at home, the time the child said she has left her home at 10 o'clock, foster parents rang police at 12:30. Maybe foster parents got up to go and in the toilet and found that the room door is open. Rang police at 12:30 to say the child has gone out of the house. Or maybe the child did not remember to lock the door. And then foster parents felt breeze coming out from the door and then went to the door and found out that the door was open and looked in the house and didn't find this child. By the time the police would check with us, the child is on admission. She's under foster parents. They've messed up with her. She's bleeding. This is 13-year-old. I have to admit, I have Twitter. So that is a foster parent. Do you think you have a teenager at home, you will not know if they leave your bedroom, the house at midnight? So forget about your child going to foster parent. Don't expect everything that you can do for your child at home. Don't expect it to be done in a foster parent. I'm not saying they are not, but they cannot.
Once they are even there, if you go for contact,
it's an opportunity for them to go out and do what they want to do.
If you go for contact, they
only call police for help. They don't restrict because they are not allowed to restrain, and there's no reason. And then, so don't let us even go to this other side of having your child going to fostering. The main thing is don't let it happen, because anything can happen when they don't. Like I said,
Mommy Bembase. Can you say that again? The best thing is to protect and make sure your child did not experience care system. Going to fostering, it's only God that can help you even if they come back. Because when they come back, the support service will not be there to support you for them to heal from the trauma. They won't support you to heal from trauma.
Some children don't want to come back even. Yes, because there's nobody telling them.
They expose them to a lot of things, luxury that the parents cannot afford.
The learned behaviors. And the funniest part of it is that the behavior she's learned from you, she has forgotten it. Now she's learning the foster parents' behavior. They are children. they are not remorseful. They don't think back like you would think of, oh, what happened to me last year should not happen to me this year. They move on with life. They get comfort. My 2 teenagers, they've dropped their phone in my room and they're in their bed. You think if I'm a foster parent, would I not have been sleeping by now? Would I even ask if their phone? They'll be with their phone.
Mommy joyful.
They have friends who don't switch their phone, who will ping them and they will use their phone. So, my sister, you just have to. The only alternative to it is not to express it. That's just how you can do it.
Mommy joyful, take a mic, ma.
Please, sir, please, I want to ask a question. Mommy B, so please, for a 12-year-old child in care, are we restricted from communicating with them? Like, is there any restriction? Can you, because nobody said anything about talking to the child or not. This child messages me every minute. Mommy, how are you? Where are you? I miss you. Every time, like every minute. When I'm not responding, she'll come back and say, Mommy, where are you? I've been chatting you since yesterday. You did not respond. Why are you not responding to me? I don't know what to do. I don't know if I should reply all the time or not reply, or I don't want them to come back and say, oh, you were communicating with this child when you're not supposed to. Ma?
Okay, when you asked not to when you asked not to communicate with her.
No, nothing was discussed to me. Nothing was discussed with me about it. But that's where the problem is. They would not discuss anything. And if they get to know later on or something, they can say you were communicating while you were not supposed to be communicating with the child, because they didn't discuss anything with me at all about communication or not communication. I just think they did not allow her communicate with our other family members, and I fought that with them. You know, I had the legal battle, and finally they agreed that she can communicate with other family members, but they didn't say maybe like we should communicate or not communicate. And I asked her if they said anything about it to her, and she did not say anything. She said nobody said anything to her. That they just said if she speaks to any family member or anybody, she should let the social worker in school know. But she can't be telling them she's chatting with me all the time because she wants to chat with her mommy all the time. Now that's what she said to me. So every minute she's saying, "Hi, mommy, where are you? I miss you. Are you coming? Are you?" I don't know what to do, and I don't want to just break any laws. I don't want anything that would, you know, trigger anything anymore. I'm just trying to be cautious this time with these people.
Okay. I don't know if there is maybe Mommy Joyful and the other auntie can say something, but if your child requests that she wants to talk to her mommy, she cannot be denied that, because that's something that could be impacting on her. If she says, her mom is alive, she wants to talk to her mom. Can I talk to my mom? I just want to say it can be supervised. The foster can be there, the social worker can be there listening to the conversation, but she can also still claim in that conversation for her privacy. The thing is that 12 years old is even too young to be going through all this nonsense. So if a 12 years old is in this mess, might not even know the appropriate words and right to take advantage of. But ideally, she should be able to speak to her mom. Her mom is still her mom, and I don't think anybody who is available to represent her mom. So it is still within her right to say, can I accept if the allegation, I don't know what the allegation is, but in worst case scenario, you can still speak to her mom. Children whose fathers commit crimes that they have been in jail for years, they still allow them to contact. Even they travel down to visit their parents with supervised contact, visit their father or mother in jail with supervised contact. That is even an extreme crime. So I think she can ask the foster mom or speak to school or speak to social. You'll be supervised if that's how it's going to be. But she can still talk to her mom. It is within her right. And I don't know if she's claiming that. If she tells them that I want to speak to her, I feel my mom. I miss my mom. I can't sleep. It's affecting me. I'm worried. I'm anxious. I'm just feeling low. I don't want to eat. I don't want to drink because I'm missing my mom. Because I just want to talk to my mom. I just want to hear my mom's voice. Oh, that's going to suit me if I just hear my mom tell me I love you. She should still be able to have that right to claim, yeah? So if you can have a way that she can express her feelings, or you speak to the social worker and say that you feel that you just want to say hello to your child, You can't, and you're still alive. So I think you can ask that if you don't ask them that you needed to speak to your child.
Okay, ma. So in our own case,
Thank you very much.
thank you, ma. In our own case, there's no issue with her. The only reason why they took her is because I have ongoing case with the little child that happened 1 year ago. So because she came into town, she came from Nigeria just under 2 months, so she doesn't even know what right, back in Nigeria, she doesn't even know what right she has or what is happening. She just knows she's going. They took her somewhere else and all of that. And before she even came, she knew her brother wasn't at home. Her brother had been taken because there's an issue with her brother. So she understood up until she understood that point. So when they took her, I just calmed her down. Don't worry, everything will be fine. We are sorting it and on all of that. And she says, okay, no worries, mommy, I'll be fine. I'll take care of myself. I'll take care of my brother. And that's how she's been. So I said she doesn't even have issues with me. I raised her alone. So she's always wanting to talk to me because we are like very, very close. So she doesn't even have any issues with me. They've asked her questions. She does not have any. I've never beaten her. I've never abused her. I've never touched her. Nobody has ever done anything to her. In fact, I do take her through sex education. So she's very aware of a lot of things. So I don't have any issue with her at all. At all. So the only problem is she chats me at random. Like she can just, message me at random. And I don't know if I'm supposed to, do that. And I don't want to be the one to say it so they don't start monitoring and she feels like, oh mom, why did you report to the social worker that I'm chatting you? I don't also want that to feel like, why did you go and report that I'm talking to you? Do you not want me to talk to you again? Because at this point she's becoming, aware of a lot of things and they're exposing them to, oh, you can talk back at if someone does this, you can, say things to me. Thank God she has like at least she has solid character and a bit of, respect and everything. So she still has that, Nigerian kind of culture. Everybody says, oh, she's respectful, she's this, she's that. So she does. I'm being careful. I don't also want to hurt her. If social worker now goes to her and say, oh, you cannot, chat your mom at random. You cannot. I don't want her to feel odd. Like, how did they know, mom? Did you go and tell? Did you say something? Did you? So I'm being conscious here. That's just. I just ensure that when we talk, I'm not saying anything about social work. I'm just asking generally, how was school? How are you doing? I was just randomly, and if she wants to chat, she's just talking to me. Oh, I feel bullied in school today. Something blah 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 blah. And I'm like, oh, go report to report to the foster carer, or say it to social workers at contact. I say it to the social workers at contacts. So I'm not letting you look as if we have any other chats aside contact conversations. And because she also does not want to say it to the social workers, I feel that I don't want to say it to them. So I'm not blocking, I'm not looking bad in front of her. Like I don't want her to hate me for, I don't know. So I'm just being conscious as a mom here. And I don't know what to do. That's why I'm asking that question.
I think it's positive that she's saying she misses you and she wants to talk to you.
Well, she says that
So
every
I
day.
think there's nothing.
She says that every day. I love you, mommy. I love you. She's even praying, mommy, don't worry, we'll come home soon. My brother, she's with her brother. I just took her to her brother. So she's always sending me pictures. Oh, my brother is cute when he smiles, or he's troublesome, is this. So, like, we have a positive, very, close connection. But the only reason they took her is because I have issues with this ongoing. So they are trying to build a case with her, saying I put her at risk by putting her at my aunt's place and not considering how she felt about, you know, she not being with me or not being able to, see me all the time and all of that. Because there is really no case against me. I don't have any issue. The investigations, nothing is coming against us yet. Like there's nothing that is saying, pointing, they're insinuating that we commit, like we eat the child's head, like maybe with an adult had inflicted the injury. So there's nothing pointing towards that we did that yet. So there's really nothing. They're trying to now bring up other things, trying to look at safety, risk, and all of that, which there's nothing of such as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Liverpool Social Services too. Do you want to say something quickly? You say you want to say something. We are almost about to round up now. Mommy Joyful, have you got anything to say?
Not really. I just wanted to let the lady know that, if she's really in doubt about anything, she should contact her social worker just for clarification. If any communication needs to go via the foster carer, not to be direct,
if they're still in proceedings. So, but it's a good thing if a child is saying, I miss my mom. It's a positive thing for her to say to the foster carer and even to the social worker, because it will go in a positive note for the court reports that she misses mom, she misses mom terribly. Those goes in favor for mom. So anything positive like that, make sure it reflects in your reports. So that's what I just wanted to say to the lady that spoke just briefly.
Thank you, ma.
Thank you, ma.
Liverpool Social Services too. Take a mic. Unmute yourself from Zoom. You said you've got.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to thank Mr. Olalekon. Thank you so much, sir, for your intervention. I know we are still in the process. My children haven't returned yet, but I've seen so many lights since he intervened. So many positives anyway. So many things that were not happening before he came in, but since he stepped in, things have really changed. Well, we are just hoping for the best. I just want to address what the other lady said about her daughter's phone. They got a phone for my son as well, but they blanked us off. We are out of the phone. They didn't give no contact. He's not communicating with us and all that. I don't know if I should be worried about that. He doesn't have my contacts. He doesn't have that contact, but he communicates with the sisters because they're not in the same foster home. They're separated. They give him like 5 minutes to communicate with the sisters, but no communication with us.
Mommy Joyful. Or Mommy Bembes.
Yeah, is there a court order in place? Is there a court of protection in place?
Yes, we are already in court.
Yeah, if court says that you cannot contact your child in foster's place, then it will be like that. But if there's no court order in place, you can contact your child.
I don't think there is any court order.
Or social worker. If you make inquiries and check if there is court of protection,
I think she had a call now.
Okay.
Mommy Joyful, anything to add before she come back? If it's just the care order for the children to be in care for now, by the time they return, but they bought phone for the son, but with no support for contact or to reaching out. Yeah, so probably they are coming back soon. You have sacrificed enough. So let's just see what happens. You understand what I mean?
Yes, sir.
You're almost there. You're almost there. They might say the boy is the boy that doesn't want to speak with you, and they cannot force the boy. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead, man.
If just check with your solicitor or your social worker that if you don't understand if there's a court in place, a court of protection in place that depicts me or debars me from communicating with my children. And if that is not in place, you can communicate with them. But check with your solicitor or social worker. They might say it has to be a contact and supervised telephone, but you still have this to talk to them. And if they are returning back to you soon, it might as well that you just still,
Yeah, that's it. They are coming back soon. So
rather than the only prayer you can pray for them is they return back to you well. They don't return back to you with excess luggage. They return back to you as a good boy and a good girl. So they have not learned the behaviors that they have learned from there. negative behaviors and they're not bringing that back to you. Because then another thing of when children return back to the parents then live in the fear so that what happened before doesn't repeat itself again.
Exactly.
You under watch because your case will not be closed yet. They will still have to be doing review to check if similar situation that took the children out is going to happen again. And don't forget, as human beings, your tendency is there for you to react, reflecting on what happened. But then you still have to caution yourself. You bring yourself back to it that you've been through that trauma before. You don't want whether social services are right or social service is wrong, or is my child that went to make a discretion, you'll have to feel that guilt for a very long time. So when they return back, parents are left in that guilt. They are left in that mindset that, oh, maybe if I didn't do it, this my child. You don't create hatred because any little thing you do again can take the children back, and the second time might not be fun. So it's as good as returning back and then continue to be careful and manage anything that you think can escalate into them being taken away. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Wow, 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 wow. A ò lè dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín tán o, ẹ̀yin professional wa. Blessed Digital, I've got something to say. Those of you in the box, Bumi, Poise Culture, Bukumi, those of you on the comment section, those of you on FYP, thank you so much for joining. We really appreciate you. Please don't forget to go to Save Dreamer YouTube channel. There are more videos, there are more case study there. Please do and share with your loved one. If you want to see your local authority, you should be able to see it there. If it's not there, you can put a comment section either on Facebook or TikTok, which local authority next you want us to cover. Like today, we have covered 3 local authorities. We cover Liverpool, we cover Durham, and which one again? I forgot. And also, not only that, we talk about NMC matter, and we talk about employer that are taking advantage of people, So once again, thank you very much, every one of you. We really appreciate your engagement, your contribution. Glad to see you. We look forward to see you again. Keep watching, keep connecting, and press the notification button so that anytime we go on live, you'll be able to be alerted first. Same thing with the YouTube. You can join on TikTok. You can subscribe as well. So, amen. No, may the Lord intervene in all this matter. Hope to see everyone smiling one day. Amen. Amen. So, thank you, everyone. Community 1. Who is that Community 1? Have you got anything to say before we go? Community 1, Community 6, Community 5, Liverpool, Zid. Unique. Have you got last 1 minute advice for people before we go, sir? Mr. Timileyin, thank you for coming around. Thank you for coming around, sir.
Okay, good evening, everyone. What I just want to say is, I know it's not an easy task, but for those that are still expecting their children back, I just want you to keep hope alive and try and be strong for yourself. That is what I would just say. I know the battle I fought for almost a year before my kids were back, and it's not an easy journey. But I just want you to, first of all, you need to take care of yourself also. So when they come back, although even when my kids are back, I know the work I am doing because they didn't come back the way they went. Those people have brainwashed them and put all manner of rubbish talks into their head, telling them that they can't do whatever they like. You imagine my son asking me, telling me I can do whatever I like. I'm told that I can do whatever I like. So why are you restricting me? So, but I'm just doing the work patiently to resuscitate him and his brother back. But I pray that God will give us this strength. That's just what I will say. Thank you, Mr. Ola, for everything, because you have really been a source of support, I must say, from the beginning. Even though there was no reason for them to have even taken them in the first place. You could imagine someone taking me to court without Section 20, taking my children without no evil order, no court order. But yet they were maneuvering. And when it was time for them to return my kids, they were requesting for an interim care order not to control. So that's just what I would say. We just need to be strong. We know the inequality is there. And the notion they always have is there was a time one of them, I think, was it the former social worker or she said, do my country have a law? So our leaders also, the way they treat, they hear the way that we are being treated in our country, so they believe they could just step on us anyhow. But it is well. Thank you, everyone. I was really educative. It was really educative tonight. I've really learned a lot. Thank you, Mr. Ola. And the professionals that are resource people on board. Thank you very much, Mommy B, Daddy B, and everyone. I want to say thank you to you all.
Golden Alaga, thank you for coming around. Blessing Digital, have you got something? Bukumi, is it the baby that is talking to us?
Yeah, I just wanted to say good evening, sir. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening, Pigs. So literally, I just want to thank everyone for giving us insight towards things that are happening in the UK, and also to everyone that's been affected. That they come out to share their stories. Irrespective of the pain they are going through at the moment, they still find time to share their stories so other people don't fall victim. And even when they fall victim, they have access to solutions and all of that. I also want to thank them, and I pray for them that they get out of the situation they are at the moment. And also for people like Mommy Ben Biggs, she's like not an ordinary professional. She's been in the system for a lot of years, and then she come online often, give listening ears to people, listen to the complaints, and then give professional solutions in which before you can get all the solution, you need to get a lawyer, you need to start looking for somebody, and to save the woman so that owns this platform that brings these high rank professionals together for them to give us the exposure and all of that on all of this. So it is incredible. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. I have a question, but I just don't want to stress for that. Maybe when there's another live, I'll ask my question. I just want to use this medium to thank Save the Woman, Mommy Ben Bakes, and Mrs. Joyful. She's gone though, but I just want to thank you, Ma. Thank to everybody, and may God continue to strengthen you in all ramifications. Thank you so much. So that's my submission. Thank you.
Mommy Ben Biggs, are you there, ma? Are you there? Okay, I thought maybe do you permit her to just ask one question, ma?
Yeah, because we rather ask questions and then, rather than sleeping over it and then worrying. Let her ask a question.
Thank you, ma. Mama Blessing Digital, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mommy. I'm really grateful, ma. Thank you for obliging me. Okay, so the question I just wanted to ask is for me and for some other mommies that are under the comment section, because I just wanted to ask that is there like a link that somebody can read on how to safeguard children, protect children, and what are those things that you need to take cognizance of that won't expose you to social services, especially when you have like a toddler for like 2 years, 3 years, that they're starting school soon, and these children, they are vulnerable, they can't even talk, they can't even say a lot of things. So how do we protect these children from getting trapped into the social services? And is it possible for you to be in the UK and you won't have any issue with social service? And the last question, Ma, is that if you feel you're not comfortable with the vaccine that they are giving to children and all of that, and you feel you want to exempt your child from taking that vaccine, does it count as a neglect? Thank you so much, Ma.
Okay, so the first question is how you can prevent your child being into safeguarding concerns and things like that. When you start your safety from home, children who are immobile, that is children who are not yet walking, if they sustain a bruise or fracture or anything, that will be investigated. And when it gets to the hospital for investigation, then they do what we call X-ray and do CT scan and do everything. Some bruises, some fractures might be medical, but if it's not medical, then there's been a negligence from your side. Maybe the child has fallen from your hand, or the child has rolled from the bed or the chair, or someone has pushed the baby down. That's one you'll be safeguarded for. For children, like you put a hot coffee on the center table and you look away and the child spill it on their leg and the child gets to the hospital, that's safeguarding because you have put a risk in a place where the child can reach. A parent was safeguarded many years ago because she left paracetamol in her own handbag, and her toddler went into her bag, opened all the paracetamol, and then had to, as bitter as I think paracetamol would be for a child to swallow. Now, this mom can account the number of paracetamol that the child has taken, but it was evidence that the child had opened the paracetamol. So, bringing the child to the hospital, that is going to be a safeguarding because then we'll have to put the child to go through what we call NAC, which is natrium sodium, which people will call drip, to check the liver function test of the child because of the impact of paracetamol on the liver. So, that is what we will safeguard. So anything that is risky, some of these cases presented, and when it's being weighed by one or two people, professionals, then they say, oh, this could just be a near miss. This one doesn't need to meet the criteria for safeguarding. So it is you being extremely careful as a mom with young children and with teenagers. And I think it's until when they even get to the age of 16, 17 that you can start saying you have rest of mind. So even those of us that have older teenagers as well, we are still being careful. You just have to be careful. And I would always say not to parent with fear whereby you take your discipline away, but you have to be proportionate. You have to compromise. You have to find a way of motivating your child. It's not everything the child does that you have to tell off, that you have to smack. Some of them you have to correct, not immediately as it happened, maybe a few hours, maybe the next day, or maybe just on the weekend. Have regular meetings with your child. Tell your child that this is what I want you to do that will make me happy. If you don't do this for me, then I'll be not happy. Find a way, work around your child. And then in that way, you can also find it easy to prevent you coming into the hands of social services, hence safeguarding. If you keep presenting child to A&E, think many years ago, I don't know how many times it is now, if it's more than 8 times in a year for the same process, then we're going to safeguard you. If you're having domestic violence, arguments, loud, anything that is disrupting to the child at home, and the child discloses that the reason why I'm sleeping in school is because my mom and my dad keep arguing, they keep fighting till late night in the morning, and my sleep is disturbed, and that is why I'm not concentrating in class, I'm sleeping. we would investigate. So it's as much as you prevent anything from your side, from your husband's side, that does not impact on the child. And your second question is, the second question.
Mommy, the second question is it possible for a child is it possible for someone not to be exposed to social services? You've already answered that. Yes. So the last question is, if you feel you want to exempt your child from being immunized because you feel, does it count as neglect?
Well, now that one is in two ways. When I used to work in routine and adjustable A&E, when your child sustained an injury, that's what we get this injection back home, tetanus injection. Yes. So at baby would offer your baby all the immunizations, and the one they will take at birth, the one they will take 5 days, all the 5 tests that the midwife or head visitor will come and do on your child's food, all those tests we will do there, the hearing, everything they will do for you. The immunization that the child will take at 8 weeks, they will do for you. The one the child will take at 3 years, everything they will offer you. Now, if you're refusing your child from taking it, and there is no reason, if your child now has an injury, one of the questions we'll ask at triage in A&E is that, is your child up to date with immunization? Now, if your child is not up to date with immunization, your child is susceptible to infection. Susceptible means that your child is prone to infection because there is no antibody in the child. So, Jehovah's Witness, I understand that their religions, they don't take immunization, they don't take blood tests. But there is one thing that works in this country, and it is called the best interests decision. So if your child needs blood transfusion, and we look at it that is the best interest of the child, as a parent, you consent, you do not consent, we will do the best interest of the child. So if the immunization is required for your child to have it at the early stages, because what is the rationale of your child not having it? Why do you not want your child? Why are you depriving your child from having it? And don't forget that you have to be careful, because then you're opening up some further questions. Are you preventing the child from being supported medically? So why is it, what you have to explain, madam, why do you not give your child immunization? Well, according to my religious belief, fine, we're not going to change that from you. Well, I think that it causes autism, or I think that it causes ADHD. Those are not relevant reasons for preventing your child from having it. So, but the reason for your child to have the regular immunization is to prevent some infection, to prevent some, there's one that I don't know what the name they call it here, that they give. It prevents us from having polio. It prevents us from having like vitamin K. The child will get vitamin K at birth, because there's so many things that we don't do back home that they do here, and it is in the best interest of making your child healthy. So if you don't have any reason else, maybe religious reason, or you have another reason else personally that you can explain to your midwife or health visitor or your GP when they call that your child needs to have immunization, then that's fine. You can explain that. But in the best interest, and the way I can advise is that if you are not concerned with any myth or anything that is not factual, that is not true, allow your child to have immunization. It doesn't cost anything to children. Is that all the 3 questions, sister?
Yes, mommy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma. We, in addition to that, we also have Afrocentric parenting course. If you want to register and learn more how to go about this, go to Save Duma website. There's icon courses. If you click on it, scroll down, there's course 101, course 201, course 301. 101 is general parenting, 201 is parenting teenagers, 301 is for professionals. But we encourage parents to do 101 first before you go for 201. But if you think your children are teenagers, then you can register for 201. But it's encouraging to do 101 first. So register for that. I will get in touch with you. Also, Bukumi has a question. Even if you go to our YouTube, we've got one free session there. If you look at safeguarding tips, Just click on it, you see full video, one of it there. But if you enjoy it, you can register to have a full session. Mommy, Bukumi Ajiboye, mommy, please, what if the child fall while playing with friends and has bruises? They do not say your child should not have bruises or mark or anything. You should be able to account for it. So if it's by fall, by playing,
as soon as you can,
you know that is that is why when something happened in school, they will give accident form. But if you notice something happen and nobody is telling you anything, you need to ask the school if you think this mark comes from school. Or do you want to add to that, Mommy Ben Bakes?
Yeah, it's the same way. If it comes from school, you need to let school know. Take a picture. In fact, if they say that if your child gets home at 3:30 and you found the bruise at 3:35, and then you bring the school back at 3:40 and they say the school is closed, leave voice message. Because if it is you, school will call you. They will even call social services before they call you. So if it's from school, you have to. If it's at home, they would always be forced. They expect children to play. They have to play, and it's expected that they. But at the same time, still, like, it's not like they're climbing the fence, they're jumping and you are looking at them, and then they now fall down and they now ask you how did it happen, and you say he's playing with his friend, but they were climbing on 3-story building. That is still not responsibility as a parent. So if they fall down, what is the immediate thing you do? Do you ring 111 for advice? Okay, there's a lock there. Okay, take the child to the hospital. If it's an edge that the child used to learn, you just need to take the child to the hospital. You need to observe what happened. Did the child feel drowsy immediately? Did the child vomit? Did the child feel weak? What happened to the child immediately? You need to observe that. You need to know the time or when it happened. Did the child have a seizure? But the main thing is that because when you present a child to the hospital, medically, we can dictate when the incident happened and when you are presenting the child. A friend of mine brought her son to A&E. The boy was pouring hot water into, this hot water bottle thing. Then the water, I don't know how he missed his hand. Then the steam from the kettle touched his hand. So he dropped the hot water bottle and dropped on his leg. Now, when they came to A&E, the following day, my friend was telling me that, are we all alright? Yes. So ó wá sọ pé ilé ó sọ pé wo ọ̀rẹ́ àná ló ti ṣẹlẹ̀ òun náà lọ́bi iṣẹ́ lòun ṣe gbọ́ mo ní ó sọ yẹn fẹ́mi o. I was the one at triage. So ó sọ yẹn fẹ́mi o ọ̀rẹ́ èmi kọ́ ló jíṣẹ́ yẹn fún ìgbà tó gbédé ní mú yìí o ó bá dẹ̀ lọ sọ fún ọ̀gá mi pé ọ̀tọ̀ kọ́kọ́ sọ fún mi lè máa sọ pé ò bá mi sọ ni o, because ideally ìgbà tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ló yẹ kó ti wá, so tó jẹ́ sọ fún mi sí gan ó yẹ kí n gbé sórí safeguarding mi so things like that, you're supposed to report it immediately so that you don't get into trouble. So if your child has a bruise, take the child. They won't blame you for not reporting, but they will blame you if you do not report. That is it.
Mommy Bembes, thank you very much, ma'am. It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate that this is the right thing to do according to the process. But like in the case of Leeds, the child had accident or injury. That was why they took that child from a Romanian community to hospital. And because of the situation, they have to make a safeguarding concern. But not everything you take to hospital, you take to A&E, they make a safeguarding concern. Like we've said, if the consistency is not there, what account of what you give. But in some local authority, they don't even look at what you said. The FARA is straight away. And once the FARA gets involved, social services, they are like, bah, 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 bah. How do you balance this? And what can we, because once they get involved, whether it is something at the end of the day, with 3 cases, eventually they now realize that, oh, it's not a concern. However, because of the assessment or because of questioning, parents must have said something again, and they're not focusing on other things they have said. Or they look into that matter before they start asking for their immigration status or stuff like that, and they start reaching out to the Home Office, and these children do not have any in application, and we realized that there was a time they entered, but so presently they don't have any current visa, and matters start opening up. There are cases that after they even get involved, the next thing is they want to do DNA, and oríṣiríṣi rẹ̀ ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ lórí DNA tá à ń sọ yìí màmá, a gbọ́dọ̀ máa sọ lórí afẹ́fẹ́ ju bó ṣe yẹ lọ. Kí lẹ máa ń wá kiri náà tẹ máa ń túlé, tẹ máa ń béèrè àwọn ìbéèrè, tẹ máa ń tú, tẹ máa ń fimú fílẹ̀ nínú ilé.
No, the thing is that when there is a concern, I think I've explained the process. Once there is a referral, there is a concern. That is why there is a referral. Then the social worker goes out, do a welfare check, and gather information, put things together. Then the social worker plan. Sometimes they plan before they go out with their senior practitioner or team manager. Yeah, and then that one identify that. Look for this, ask for this, ask for this. If they answer A to this, go to the next question and ask for that. Because where we're going to is we want to really know the cause of this. Yeah. So that is where we poke and ask question and ask question. Now, when the social worker gathered all those information together and bring it to, I use myself as an example and bring it to me, I'm also looking at it like, did you ask about this? Did you check with that one? What if that was not in place? Will we do this for that? Will we do this for that? So that is where we poke into in and out. Now, this person does not have a right to recourse to public fund in this country. Maybe that is why the children are looking unkept, and that is why we think that the children, she's not neglecting the children, is because she cannot afford. She's paying as a student, or she's an illegal immigrant, or she's on serious, or she's not getting enough hours to work, or she's struggling with the cost of living. So maybe that's why. So the children are not neglected because the parents can afford it, but they are neglected because the parents cannot afford it. In that case, I would say that is safeguarding. I'm not going to take the mom to say, oh, she's neglecting the children. So it's in a way that we put everything in a basket and juggle together. There are some, like when I left the Save the Woman at 1:30 that I said I was going to a safeguarding case conference, the other things that the social worker added to it, I didn't present it because I said that we're not going to go into that because that is not necessary. If we go into that, then we're going to add more fire to it. But the way it works is that it's not only one person that makes a decision. The only thing is that what I have seen in the investigation, another social worker can look at it, another manager can look at it and pick out something else. That is why you think that, well, the first social worker did not ask this one. Why is this one asking? So don't forget that everybody works in different ways. And the aim of everybody is they are protecting themselves, they are protecting their job, working with the child or the adults. So most times, with the influx of people coming into the country now, there is awareness that some people are having issues with their COS, some people are having issues with no papers, some people are students, some people have been asked to go back, some people are this, some people are that. Hence, there are issues around what they're going to say. I had one of the social workers that I supervised had an allocation with, and this, fortunately, as a Nigerian woman, she came into the country to look after her niece, that is her sister's daughter's children, as a minder. But then suddenly she had stroke, but she came in as a visiting. Now she doesn't have papers, but she has stroke, so she's under local authority. So whereby she's been placed in a care home, local authority is paying for her because there's a need for her. You're not going to say because she doesn't have papers, she's not recourse to public fund, then she will live on the streets or she's going to live with a stroke outside. She still have access to medical because she's in the country, she's on that local authority who is entitled to look after her. So what we are doing now with our referral that has come to me now is to make inquiry with Home Office on giving her indefinite leave to remain, because if she doesn't have that, she cannot recourse to public fund, she cannot get other benefits. So I want her to get other benefits, but the only way she can get other benefits is if she has indefinite leave to remain, which I would then do that follow up with the council's legal team to write home office. So sometimes it's not because they don't have papers, then we wouldn't say they are going to suffer. So I've done a course on no recourse to public fund for people coming into UK, and the course does not say that people who don't have papers have to suffer. Every child has the right to education. So you cannot keep your child at home and say because you don't have papers. The only thing is that the struggle will be much because you'll have to fight to make ends meet. But the case, one thing will come to social worker. By the time the social worker diversify everything, break it down, look at the other lady that said the social worker said she didn't kiss the boy. Another social worker will not even look at that. Maybe the other social worker is even thinking of how she's going to get home and go and look after her own family and her children. So we look at different things different ways. But at the long run, when you're sharing a case conference, you dust it. You don't want to see. I won't want to sit in a case conference and I'm saying a relevant point that is not relevant to the situation. So when you say that we're looking for everything around, everybody bring things together. We have meetings. I will say my own, and I might see something and I close my eyes, and somebody else will say, "No, Olu, did you observe that?" At that time, I have to then say, "Oh yeah, well, I observed it, but I just didn't take important." Another person they say, "Yeah, Olu, we're gonna take that up to it." At that time, I've seen it. When I had a case referral that our people, two people, you are she night. Clients for any show only opposite clients on staff. So as soon as the white social worker told me, like I said, the care provider should just go and sort those ones out. Because I didn't tell her, but within me, the way she described, she didn't want to hurt their country, she didn't want to say, but the way she described, maybe because she knows I'm in Nigeria, the way she described, I just knew who the people she would be talking about, where they come from. So I just said, you know what, I'm not adding that to the case conference when I'm sharing it. The provider should sort them out. The provider should know what to do. What is the policy of the provider? When staff are on sick, did they go on suspension? Did they sack them? They're out of it. I'm not using that provider again. So that is why I have pushed that away. So, but someone else will come and tell me that, Olu, you're supposed to identify those carers. We are supposed to report them to DBS. We are supposed to report them to safeguarding. They have to be struck off. Somebody can come and say, no, that's negligent abuse, and they have to be struck off from working as a vulnerable people. Well, I have not gone that way. So that is what I'm saying, that it's different people, and at the end of it, you just pray that if you fall into the end of social, you fall into the one that will favor you, the one that will not show you the color of your skin. So I hope that I pray that God will help us.
Look at the case you just cited now. This is why we are telling people there are good social workers out there and there are bad ones. So please, if you see any social worker, calm down so that you'll be able to understand who the person is really or is. Because the case you cited now with that person now that you're going to reach out to home office is the same thing that a mother of two children lost one girl of 2-year-old asking for help, and they said no recourse to public fund. She should go and look for somebody in her community. And the child died in the process within 10 days because she has to look for support and need to follow the other son to the hospital. And it was because of no recourse to public fund.
She should have taken the children. She should have taken her 2 children to the hospital. She should have taken the other one to the hospital.
It has happened now. It has happened now, but unfortunately, a price has been paid for, which is irreversible damage.
Taking both of them to the hospital.
Irreversible damage.
Will not provide. Yeah. There are some things that social services will not provide, whether you have papers or not. I've had a referral from a young person. They said they moved from Reham to Luton, and they want the child to still be going to his high school in Reham, and they bring a funding request to me to approve for transport. I said, no, I can't approve because my team operations manager will tell me off and say, oh, how can we approve? This is a different local authority. So there's it's not everything social services will provide for you. You don't want social service to come to your house and come and take your cup from your table to your kitchen. The mistake that woman made was that she shouldn't even have trusted anybody in the first case. She should have taken a well child and a sick child to the hospital and they won't send her away. That is where she made the mistake. She should have taken both of them to the hospital. That's easier way than leaving the child with someone else. And negligence of that person, the child died.
Oh, sorry. So, thank you very much, everybody. Boomite, we need to go. What question do you have?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I just want to ask a question because yesterday the school where my children go called me that my child said he used to help me to take care of the siblings at home. So that is why he doesn't take breakfast in the morning before he goes to school. And they were now asking me that does he help me to take care of the little boy at home? Do I give them breakfast? What kind of breakfast? What kind of food do I used to give them? Because I used to have a packed lunch for them to go to school. It's only the little one that get free meal from school. So they now was asking what kind of food do I used to give them. I was like, I beg your pardon. Like what I have, what I eat is what I give to my children. Why are they asking what kind of food do I give them? And why is my boy not eating breakfast in the morning? And I told them that I usually provide food because I have to pack all their food before they go to school. Why is the question coming up and what did they need that information for? But they said it's my boy that told them that he doesn't get to eat breakfast in the morning because he helped me and all that. So my question is, what would have been my reaction to that, to this school? And they only asked the question because your child said something that prompted them to ask me a question. Now, what breakfast is it? Cook breakfast that they have in the morning that takes your son's time, that your son doesn't eat in the morning, or is your son the kind of son who doesn't have breakfast? So, well, my son helps me. They won't tell you not to, your son not to help you. The only further question that might lead to that is that maybe you are not available in the morning. Maybe you do night, you come back in the morning late, and your son had to get up early to be doing breakfast. Now, how old is your son? He's just 9 years old. Yes, a 9 years old, because then you're giving a 9 years old a responsibility of making food for. No, he doesn't cook. They can't even on the. Yes. They can't even on the gas. They are looking at the safety. That is why they will ask you that what type of food is he putting on the cooker? Is he boiling kettle? Is it safe? Are you available at that time, my sister? That question that they've asked your son, that your son have explained one question, has made them to ask you for that question. Please make the breakfast for your children in the morning. Make your son have breakfast in the morning if it's a breakfast person. Take that responsibility in the morning, make the breakfast. You don't want to give an opportunity for anybody to say maybe she's not available in the morning. That is why the son is making the breakfast. So they are only asking the question because they want to draw out possible risk, possible investigation. So don't leave don't create an open space for them to come in. Your son is 9 years old, is still young. In instance, if you're available in the morning, please make the breakfast in the morning for them, including your son. And then jokingly, the person that asks you, anytime you find a way to the school and just say that, oh, now that my son usually doesn't even like breakfast in the morning, and he enjoys making it for his siblings. And then when he's only making cereal for them, he's only helping them to put milk in it. And then they said they like him when he make their cereal for them. That is why he's making it for them. But my son doesn't eat breakfast in the morning naturally. But his brother and his sister say, oh, I like it when Bulu make cereal. I like it when he puts the milk in it.
it makes it sweeter than mommy. Or it has more sugar to it than mommy. So you go back to that teacher and go and erase the impression that the teacher might be thinking or might be having, like me, will be thinking, maybe the child is at risk at that morning time. Maybe the child is boiling kettle. Maybe the child is cooking from the scratch. Maybe the child is having responsibility that is not supposed to be taken because it's your responsibility to make breakfast for the children. Be doing the breakfast yourself, do a couple of times, find a way around to go back to the school, speak to that same teacher and say, you know what, my child is not a breakfast person, but he just like creating it, and I just left him to be helping so that maybe that will even make him to start eating breakfast. When he sees that he's making it for his brother, he too is not making it, and he too is not interested in having it. Then you have erased whatever that person has been nurturing. I hope you understand it now.
Yes, they said he used to ask for extra bacon in the morning because he said apart from the packed lunch that they used to give them something, maybe bacon in the morning, that he asked for extra. That's why they asked that if you eat at home, just like ordinary every other human, every other children ask for extra. But he asked for extra. They said, "Are you not eating? At home?"
Do not eat from home. Yeah. But another thing is that children, they really, really, very. You might buy that bacon at home now, so because now it looks like you don't have money to buy it for now. You might buy that bacon at home, and then the child will not even eat the one at home. Me, as my teenagers are 15 and 13, they give them free toast in school. But yet, I have white bread. At least I can afford white bread at home. They don't eat the toast at home. And they tell me that, Mommy, we're not having breakfast. We don't have toast in school.
Imagine.
It's because they give them free at school. They will never eat. I have ash brown at home. But my son will go and buy one ash brown at school at 75p. So children will give you different things. But just because, well, he eats at home, he's well fed at home. But I just think he just prefers the bacon at school because he's seeing his friends eating it at the same time. He's just a social eater. He's just eating it at school. You can afford bacon at home. So, but they want to know maybe, do you not eat at home? And even for the person to ask that question, extra bacon does not make that the child is not fed at home.
Exactly.
But different people will come up with different things. So just find a way around it so that you let them know that your child is not in need, though. You can afford bacon. Your child just prefer to eat bacon with his friends at school. Yeah?
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, there's even one parent when they ask, maybe because he's a man anyway, the way he answered, thank God he didn't take it far. They said the boy always asks extra. Probably he's been denied food at home. The father said, I'm the African man. When I want to eat like this, I make enough food. So what are you giving him? Maybe it's something that he need extra. He eats well at home. Probably. So, and that's how they settle the matter.
Yeah. You just make it fun. Otherwise, you are less feeding them. And like I use my own children to they will get it's free. And I say the free toast, free. That they toasted, and it's even cold. But you will make the one that is hot at home and eat it. But they still go to school and eat free toast that is already toasted. But it's just because, oh, Mom, me and my friends will eat it and we walk through the corridor. Walking through the corridor is the main reason they go to school to have toast. So children, they cannot predict their behavior sometimes, but let them know that you are not starving them, they are not neglected, you have enough to feed them, and you are not in need.
Thank you very much, everyone. Oh, Community 5, you want to say vote of thank for Mommy Bembes, for professionals in the house? Are you still there? But it should be 1 minute, too. Don't go and start saying vote of thank 10 minutes and ask the question again. No.
No, I don't have any question. Good evening, everybody. Can everybody hear me, please?
We can hear you. Now,
Yes,
vote of
thank
thank
you.
you. And vote of thank you.
Thank you very much, our professionals, for sharing your knowledge. Thank you for your time. Thank you for enlightening us. Thank you for giving some of us hope. We just came into this country, we know sabi everything. But thank you very much for putting us through. Thank you for showing us that at least in a way we have people to support us, and you'll be willing to support us when we need help. Thank you for giving us shoulders to lean on. And thank you, Mr. Olalekan, for having this platform. At least, you've helped so many of us. We don't know how much we can express our gratitude, but it's our prayer that God bless you all, and the oil over your head will never run dry. And for all our professionals, you won't lose your job. You won't be found wanting. The Lord will bless all that concerns you and your children. Thank you very much. Good night from here.
Thank you. Thank you. You are welcome. Desire here and Temi. Did you subscribe before you say you want to ask question? Have you subscribed? Have you joined the YouTube channel as membership?
I don't know about it. I just stumble on it now. Maybe I'll go and do that.
Okay. Ask your question, Mama.
Yeah. Ekaleo. Our mommy in the house that I've been talking since, I really appreciate it. And I don't even know there is a platform like this that they discuss this kind of issue, Please, my question goes thus: how long can social worker work with a family? Like, ìgbà wo ló lè tuwó kúrò lọ́rọ̀ èèyàn?
Ṣé béèrè yín náà nìyẹn? Wọ́n máa dá yín lóhùn, but èmi kàn máa kọ́kọ́ sọ fún yín ni pé wọ́n ṣe máa ń sọ. Ẹ má yẹ kí ó wọnú ayé yín rárá. Tí ọlọ́pàá bá wọnú ayé yín, wọ́n lè ní, no further action. Maybe some years, 10 years or something. Even if they convicted you, maybe some 10 years, they will remove it from their record. But social services, tó bá wọnú ayé èèyàn ní òní, lọ́mọdún kan, tó bá ṣì ń bí gbagba ọmọ tó dẹ̀ ṣì ń lọ 100 years láyé, tó bá tún fẹ́ wọnú ayé ẹ̀, wọ́n máa lọ refer sí ti ọdún kan tó wọnú ayé ẹ̀ ńjọ́ kìíní àná. Tàbí ẹni tí wọ́n wọnú ayé ìyá ẹ̀ tó bá fẹ́ wọnú ayé òun, tó bá ti lè mọ̀ pé wọ́n ti wọnú ayé ìyá ẹ̀ rí, definitely wọ́n máa ṣe gbogbo rẹ́kọ̀dù yẹn. Wọn kì í jó níná lọ́dọ̀ títí wọn. Wọn ń gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀. Tẹ́ bá lọ dáríjì èèyàn bí wọ́n pàgbé nǹkan, kò ń tán. Kéèsì lè tán, ọ̀rọ̀ kì í tán lọ́lọ́ wọn. Mọ́mí Bembis, ẹ̀yin lẹ lọ̀rọ̀.
Okay, well, the thing is that depending on normally they will leave the case open, and then they would review maybe after 6 weeks, review 6 months, review 1 year, and see that actions that has been introduced are in place and they are being maintained. So depending on the case, but by the time you get to that stage where social worker is involved, they would have put the risk to a minimized method where they would have removed a pediatric perpetrator of the abuse or anything. They would have made sure that things are not likely to happen again. So, but then they leave it open because it can call for review. And like it's been said earlier, they can close it and tell you no further action. But if one thing comes up again, it becomes open. And then they can always refer to it as, well, it was a time, and that is why I was like, they can always refer to it as chronological and say, in 2022, there was a history of domestic violence. The child was involved because parents were fighting in the presence. The child witnessed the abuse, and because parents were fighting in the presence of the child. Now, this child now gets to maybe 16, 17 and struggling to maintain relationship, and then is going into social services or the child is in care. They can always look at what's happened in the past. So because then they will say, maybe the child have learned some behavior and the way of life, but the way the parents were, that is where the child is doing like this. And it's usually common when children are struggling to socially engage and maintain friendship because they've not lived in an environment that has been friendly with them.
Thank you very much, ma. Please, I want to ask more questions. One, just one. Can I enter your DM later, ma, to discuss something with you? Is it possible, ma? Please.
Yeah, where you reach now is, you know, the only thing I know on this TikTok is when I see Save the Woman come up and it's blinking on my phone. To enter my DM, I don't know what is my DM. Which one is my DM? How will I know? Enter. How will I know when you come to my DM? Do you want me to give you my number?
Yes, please.
Or if you go to Save the Woman's DM, Save the Woman.
Yeah, she can come.
Yeah, my number in your DM.
No problem. Agbègbè wo lẹ ti join.
Hero ni mo wà. Hero.
Ní UK yìí ni ẹ.
Yeah, ní Liverpool, jìnnà sí Liverpool.
Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí Liverpool ọ̀la ń sọ lọ́wọ́. Ẹ máa sọ pé Liverpool ẹ wà. Tó ti yẹ yín níjọ́ míì.
Do Save the Woman's DM, and then he will give you give consent that he gives you my number. Because if you ask me to do Save the DM here, maybe I will just.
I will sort it out if she reach out. I will sort it out.
Thank you very much.
Oh, just
contact.
Láfikún tí social service bá ti wọnú ayé yín ní local authority kan, ẹ má sọ fún ọ pé kọ́dọ́mọ padà o, ẹ̀ ń padà lọ lé o pẹ̀lú ọmọ ẹ ṣe sùúrù kọ́rọ̀ yín yanjú o, kí kéèsì close o, kẹ́ tó mọ nǹkan bí tẹ́ fẹ́ ṣe o. Pàápàá tó bá wá tún pọ́ fẹ́ wọnú ayé ẹ tó bá fẹ́ sá kò níbì kan, ẹ sá lọ sí bòmíì torí ọ̀rọ̀ ti ṣẹlẹ̀ nílé ìwé kan nígbà kan àwo kan. Òjò rọ̀ ní gbogbo ibikíbi o. Ó bẹ́tà kẹ́ farabalẹ̀ kẹ́ kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó yẹ kẹ́ kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yẹn. Learn the lesson you need to learn and improve on whatever the situation. When you go to other area, some people might even make a referral as if you are trying to run away from this or you are hiding something. Coming to your life is not a problem. How you manage the situation and how you go through that and the lesson you learn out of it goes a long way. Awire aba awire. Mr. Temi or Mrs. Temi or Madam Temi.
Good evening, everyone.
You will give us all.
This is my first time here in Shegon. Please, we have not been long in UK. I think better David by now. We are just counting 3-4 years now. But I have a question which I just want to ask. One of my child, she only delay in speech, but some of our words are not okay. Speech become our stress words. So school, battle school, schools refer us a speech therapist, which we went to the speech therapist, and speech therapist, okay, there's nothing that we should just continue. That she will surely grow with it. Like after being on some stressful word, like so now teacher I not to ask for pay she go to pay speech therapist we can't read book but speech therapist is of next 7 years now to live again. If you want to show king back on come book be kids of no me as the parents will take care of doing for myself.
How old is your daughter?
4.
Okay, yeah, it's already 4 years old. She should be in reception at year 1.
Reception.
Yeah, so time to change my so many words. Because she pe ko sọ̀rọ̀, o ko le pe phonics ni. So there is no problem. Now, if school is asking you that they want to refer, that means the school will repay at age 4 or what could they pay in class be I want to pay. So school to raise it as a second time concern. Let school refer to speech and language therapist. Even the speech and language therapist often put this, let them come back and tell you pay I want do the 7 years, which I don't think. Bá lọ ṣe máa dé ọmọ ọdún mẹ́rin tó bá ka 7 years máa wá dé 11, so tó máa dé fi pé 11 kò ní lè pé ọ̀rọ̀. So
No, about 7 years old.
tó bá pé 7 years old, okay. So maybe speech and language therapist ń fẹ́ fún ní àyè pé, well, ó delay, and maybe there is no concern for them to intense therapy in supporting her at age 4 now. If the school is offering you, take it, go back again. It doesn't cost you anything to go back to school, because the referrer, any those of you go to back with 7 years, only to go so the referrer in so the put a man on the point of go to back with 7 years, and you don't even know the waiting time for all this therapeutic support now. So only imagine so the earlier the better you support your child, it's good. So accept the school's second referral if they were the one that did the first one. Accept the school's referral to SALT. Once they refer you to SALT, tell them what your concern is, and then let's see if they can start supporting her now. And if they now say, but over there, 7 on, we'll leave it to that. And before then, God can still do something new. So only change. It's already the more to bamba or sorrow. So to learn from on iPad, on color phonics, on call on the and she said that, but still, but she pay any other concerns, well, then she should be fine.
The funniest thing is only sort that to buy this school man.
Only check will come and feel quiet in school because of more class story. I'm also more boya or get I want to try and engage or wait, let me just be what I don't want to be in trouble. So it might just be that mentality of it. I don't want to be in trouble, so don't let me be naughty in school. So that so you say sorrow so a party chair so she's well spoken at home, but she feels like she doesn't speak at school. Are there other things you can engage her into that she can speak at school? Can you match? She's just 4 years old. Can she play with the children that really, the jumping, chatty children? Can she sit next to, and you can not suffer school, so that but feel quiet extremely in the class. She can move around. I feel they are all feel good friends, so that you then wait to, because you have 2 observations now. She talks at home, doesn't talk at school. So now we don't know, maybe she's feeling intimidated at school, maybe she's not having the good friendship at school, maybe the school is not engaging her in talking, or maybe she's just been lonely at school. So you go back to school and let school know that my child is interactive at home. I want to know how you can support her to be interactive at school. Can she play with children? When you see her sitting alone in the playing ground, can you please encourage her to move with other children? Can she get involved in school activities? Offer she school nativity, offer she company school. I would like my child to be part of the people that are presenting the song. I want my child to come forward. Is there after school club that you can afford? That is, if you can afford, like my child. You just have to find a way of creating activities for your child. Then your child will get engaged and open up at school the way she opens up at home.
Okay, ma. Safeguarding issue or any social.
bóyá ti lóyún lé ní kékeré, bóyá ọlọ́fà.
Social worker yìí wọ́n máa ń bẹ̀rù kò sí nǹkan tí yóò fi ń bẹ̀rù wọ́n bẹ̀rù wọn jọ lọ́pàá lọ.
Ọmọ yóò ti sọ̀rọ̀ dáadáa yẹn wọ́n ṣe safeguarding.
Ẹni tẹ́ bá ṣá máa gbàdúrà pé social worker bíi bébí mọ́ bíi orúkọ wọn pa mi lórí báyìí ní kẹṣà kọlọ, because ẹ ti rí nísìnyí pé every views will be different from each other. Tẹ́ bá lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ lómi pàdé ohun tí ò yẹ kó tó nǹkan kan lẹ máa fi ra agbọ̀n ìjọ̀gbọ̀n. So kọ́lọ́n kó ṣàánú wa ni, ṣùgbọ́n kókó bẹ̀ ni wípé ẹ farabalẹ̀, má bẹ̀rù. Ìbẹ̀rù ti páyà àwọn kan ẹlòmíràn débi wípé ẹ wá sọ wọ́n dọlọ́run. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé wọ́n lè pè wọ́n lọ́lọ́run o, they can say they are God, they can say and do, but ẹ má fọ̀, kò sórí wọn ń bẹ̀. Bàbá wọn o, ẹ gbàgbé ẹ̀. So thank you very much, everybody. We need to go now. We'll catch up again. Don't forget to drop your at me, support the live go. Live go is not even there again for tonight. Subscribe if you can subscribe. Go to YouTube channel, follow, subscribe, join membership, and Desire here. You need to subscribe, oh, if you want to come inside my DM. Oh, okay. Oh, what?
Subscribe. Oh.
You see, Sherry start to look at 4 of 17. Èèyàn mẹ́rin ló ṣì subscribe nínú 17 tá ní kó subscribe fún Go lónìí. So if you click that subscribe, you can go through that journey. You can do that one, or you can go to YouTube. If you see join, if you click join on YouTube, because that YouTube might be helpful for you in a way, there are videos you can watch free there if you join. But try to join from grade B upward. If you go for grade A, you might not have access to some free videos like teachings, basic teachings we are talking about here. And yeah, if you go to YouTube, join from grade B. And if you can afford grade C, why not? So thank you once again, everybody. We say thank you for coming around, and please help us spread this. Let more people aware of this platform. We love you all. Bye for now, because if I want to say vote of thank again from anyone, it will lead to another question. So ẹ ṣé lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀, thank you gbogbo ilé. Tí a ti parí àwọn YouTube ṣá, mi ò bá ti stop àwọn tó wà YouTube látàárọ̀. Let me see. We've not stopped YouTube. YouTube people, we are very sorry we didn't even engage much with you. Thank you so much for loving us. Yes, we need to stop the recording now.